and bring Mozman in here. And hello, Tim.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hi, Tim.
And say hello to those that are, I see, probably going to take a minute or two here. It says we got 11 people on my screen anyway, but I only see Jeff and Leslie. So I'll say hi to Jeff and Leslie. And then as everybody else shows up, I'll say hi to you guys as well. And I'm going to probably do a roughly 10-minute conversation with everybody before we dive into topics and whatnot. So I'll wait until when we hit about 20 people, then we'll start. And Terry's here. Hello, how are you? And Terry, we got two Terrys in here. Double Terrys. I thought it was the same person for a second.
Always good to have a spare.
Yes, it's good that yes. You know, maybe they're related. They don't want to tell anybody. I don't know.
I've heard about having a spare tire, but not a spare Terry. Must be an Australian.
Spare camera, spare battery, spare everything.
Hello to Bob from Bob Our Photos, and yeah, I hope we get some more people popping in here. Greg Wilson, hey, how you doing, Greg? Okay, people are starting to show up on the chat now.
Must be a quiet day for people.
Yeah, it's just it's the calm before the storm, right? It's kind of like we're now in the eye of the hurricane at the moment. And John says he'll be on later. Okay, John, no problem. And can I say that, guys? Can I say, hey, I'll be on later? How would that go? Okay. People would probably be like, "Yay!" Start the stream for you. All of a sudden, I hear the applause. Yay! Yay!
Oh, Chuck's here.
Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck.
Hello, Chuck. Right. How you doing?
Hey, Chuck.
Put in a. Here we go. Chuck is in the house, guys. Say hello.
Now it means something.
Yes, it does mean something.
Means I'm in a mess as well.
You know, I learned that for the gestures to work, you have to keep, like your hand there for a while, and then you recognize it. Right? So if you want that or you want this, and get the file.
There you go.
But you have to hold it. You cannot do it quickly. Okay?
Now, is that special software that you had to
buy?
No,
that's on the Apple. Including I don't know what the people that are watching this from their computers, they probably can do it.
You just have to set up a certain thing.
No, it's the default.
You're going through the built-in webcam, right, Gustavo?
Yes.
Yeah, if you have an external camera, it's not going to work. It should work for you, Jeff.
Yeah, it's not.
My thing got stuck.
Yeah,
because there's.
I can't bend my thumbs. That's why. Wait a minute.
It's because there's 3 thumbs on the screen.
I got partial thumb paralysis.
Uh-oh. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear
you.
But we can hear you.
After I did that, my video got messed up and it won't come back.
Oh man.
Okay.
I have to unplug the camera and put it back in so it happens.
Well, we're up to 21 people, so and Chuck is in the house, and like I said, hello to Chuck. We're glad you're here, as always, and hello to Luke and Albert. Good to see Albert. Who else we got in here? I got to catch up.
There's Eva.
A-Rod is here. That's great. And Randall, I see you in the chat and on the screen. Amazing.
Yeah, I'm multitasking.
You're multitasking. And Ava is here. Hello, Ava and Lynn. Hello to you as well. And yeah, you guys are multitasking. That's. I only got the one. I have a hard enough time keeping track of myself. To be honest with you. So how I'm going to start is first off, hello to Chuck. I'm assuming Maribel is here as well, or at least near Chuck anyway. So hello to you guys. And I think I can speak for all of us on behalf of all of us on the panel and in the chat that it was special for you, Chuck, to go live on Christmas night and share your experiences with us. It takes a brave soul to do that, and you made our Christmas even better than it was, and I say that with all sincerity. We hope you come on the panel here with us whenever you want. Just let me know. We look forward to seeing you routinely on your channel, in your chair, 2 months or so from now. Best wishes to you and your family, and we hope for the happiest of New Year's to see you back in action as soon as possible. I mean, that's what we all want to see. Now, I sent, a little bit of a message, a personal message for those who have been on the panel in 2023. But I want to state publicly that there is no way, and you know what, that I could have continued the live stream in Chuck's absence without the phenomenal support that I've gotten from the people you're looking at on this screen right now and others who have been on during the course of 2023 that may not be on with us tonight, or at least not yet. And also the enthusiasm and support from those that come on the chat and talk within the community. You're equally as important, but I have a special thanks for those that are on the screen with me right now. I mean, they sacrifice their time and engage with the audience and engage in the discussions and do demonstrations and talk about all sorts of stuff that keeps this show flowing well. And I can't thank them enough. And so I really I don't know what else to say other than thank you so much. It really means a lot. Now, for those, I also want to thank those who support my channel, Selective Imagery, for my personal content that I do, which is typically on a weekly basis, but not always. Covering everything from the occasional, and I'll say occasional gear review, to discussions on vintage cameras with a bit of history along with those discussions, and my typical bird photography and videos that I share with hopefully a little bit of sprinkling of humor here or there, macro, street photography, and visits to touristy locations such as train and car museums and botanical gardens. So I wish a very happy new year to all. Hope your continued photographic endeavors are a success and you continue to share your knowledge and work with the photo community so we can all benefit from each other's expertise. The monthly photo review, and we have the next one, January 6th, which is our next live stream next Saturday. That's a culmination of our individual efforts within our photographic journey. And it's my personal highlight of any of the shows we do during the course of the month. The photo review has always been my personal favorite from the days we started doing it on AP Studios. I mean, I think everybody really enjoys that a lot. So please send some images in for next week's adventure. We currently have 28 images in the queue. I hope we get, another 20 or so would be nice. And then we will have our fun as usual. I want to talk a little bit about what's the future for me. What's the future for Selective Imagery in 2024? For the short term regarding this live stream, I'm going to continue to keep it going until Chuck feels comfortable with taking it over on his channel, AP Studios, at which time I will help him as best I can as needed. His goal from his discussion he had with everybody during his Christmas special was that he's set his goal to try to transition back into his channel and take things over in hopefully 2 months' time. So I hope that does occur, and I hope that things continue to improve for him on a daily basis. Now, I want to clarify something for the record. Once Chuck resumes his duties, my day of live streaming are over. Unless Chuck requests me to do a show on an occasion, if he's going on vacation or he has the flu or something like that, I will cease to exist in the live stream environment. I am not going to do a show from my channel on a different night and time. The 9 p.m. time slot on Saturdays is owned by Chuck, in my opinion. AP Studios owns this time slot. The time slot will go back to Chuck, and that's the way it's going to be. You don't need 2 live streams basically talking about the same topics. There would be a lot of repetition, maybe slight changes in presentation or the format, which is totally unnecessary. Okay. We may have done a few things different from when I migrated into his seat warmer, but I'd like to think that we've stayed true to his channel's goals as much as possible. So I just want to set that straight for anybody thinking that, oh, I'm just gonna become a nuisance on a different live stream show. That's not gonna happen. So at this time, I'm going to give the floor to our friend Tim, aka Mozman. He has a subject matter that he needs to bring up to the audience, and I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to let him have the floor. I'm going to move him on the big screen here, and Tim, I will let you carry on here.
All right. Well, I'm probably going to stumble through this because this isn't anything that I wanted to do. In fact, I made a video about this subject a couple months ago, and it's sitting on my YouTube channel, which I don't really have a YouTube channel, but I have a YouTube channel for personal reasons where I upload videos for friends and family and that kind of stuff, but nothing public. I think I published one public video about how to score a Z9 when they were hard to get, but that's about it. I really have no interest in developing a channel. I don't have the time, and I know that I wouldn't have the consistency to do it right. So I have no interest in that. But I made this video a couple months ago, and it has to do with my relationship with Vahagan. It has to do with videos that were made about another YouTuber, which were made in poor faith. Things were said, things were misconstrued. And it's upsetting to me that I still see, there was a live stream today and I was mentioned on that live stream. And again, it was just full of inaccuracies, and I just want to set the record straight. So this video I created in October, it was before Vahagan and Amar put out their live stream where they were setting the record straight, but they didn't. And I actually was going to publish it before they published that, before they went live. But I said to myself, let's see what they put out. Maybe they'll apologize. Maybe they'll see the error of their ways, and the community can forget about all this. But that's not what happened. And even though that didn't happen, I still didn't publish the video. I sat on it, and for the past couple of months, I've thought about publishing it, but I haven't. People have asked me not to publish it for various reasons, so I respected that. But after today, and after seeing my name dragged through the mud and YouTube comments, I'm going to publish the video. The video is basically my experience through all of this. It's setting the record straight. It's the honest truth. I have nothing to gain from any of this. It talks about the involvement of Vahagan with those videos. He was the impetus behind those videos, although he tried to claim that he wasn't. There's a lot of backstabbing that happened. and I'm tired of it. I'm done with it. You know, I see people that frequent this channel, that frequent those other channels, and I don't understand how people can just forgive people and not hold them accountable. It's probably one of my biggest pet peeves, especially in today's world, where we just don't hold people accountable because we're friends with them or because they are the same political persuasion that we are. You have to hold people accountable for their actions. You can't just excuse them. You can't just pretend that, you know, people aren't out there trying to harm others or whatever the case may be. It's just, it's not right. And, you know, if Huggins said something today, like he doesn't understand why I would support somebody who's 5 or 6 continents away. Well, first of all, if you're going through 5 continents to get to Australia, you're doing something wrong. But second of all, it's not about proximity. It's about morality. It's about what's right and what's wrong. And if you think that it's right to go out there and trash somebody's name and to misquote them just to make videos for clicks and to start some cyber war, it's not okay. It's not okay in my book. And I think my biggest regret in all of this was I had his back for a long time, and I tried to say that he wasn't this guy, and, you know, there's miscommunication or misrepresentation, or, you know, he wasn't behind these things. But as time went on, it became more and more evident that he was behind them. And that was disappointing to me. And at some point, you just have to stand up for what's right, and that's what I did. And, you know, I don't care if, you know, people are going to believe their stories and they're not going to believe me. I don't care about any of that. But the truth should be out there. And it will be out there. I'm not going to withhold the video anymore. A lot of things are said about me, like, let's see, you know, there was, you know what, I don't even really want to sit here and trash those guys. But when they say things like, you know, someone else's opinion is wrong, but at the same time, they're entitled to their opinions, how does that make any sense? How does it make any sense that they can have their opinions, but someone else isn't entitled to their opinions, or their opinions are wrong? How does that make any sense? It doesn't make sense. It's all smoke and mirrors, and it's ridiculous. And for the life of me, I don't understand why people can support a guy on YouTube who's had a channel for, I don't know how many years, 10 years, maybe more, and he still tells people inaccuracies. Like he was on the live stream today saying that Canon's R5 could be a much cheaper camera if they took out the video pieces from the camera. Well, the only thing I can think of that they would take out is the video photo switch. What else are they going to take out? It's the same technology. It's basically a video camera that can take photos. In fact, the only way to make the R5 cheaper, and I have an R5, so I guess I'm qualified to speak to it, which is another fun, you know, YouTube. I don't even know what you would call it. It's just, I guess you're not qualified to speak about cameras unless you actually own them, even if you've used them. So, you know, I bought the R5 just so I could speak to it with some authority. But getting back to what I was saying, mirrorless cameras are basically video cameras. In fact, if you want to make the R5 cheaper, you take out that mechanical shutter. That'll make a cheaper camera. Taking out the video features, which are basically just software, is not going to reduce the price of that camera. In fact, it's more taxing on a camera to take 20, 30 frames per second stills than it is to shoot video. So these inaccuracies that are out there, and claiming that Canon has AI autofocus that gets smarter the more you use it. I mean, how is that possible unless there's some sort of user input? That would require the user to go through photos and say, okay, well, you nailed subject focus on this, but not this one. You would have to train it, and that's not happening. The AI is actually in the algorithm that goes to create these things. It's not in the camera itself. So I don't understand why people forgive that. I don't understand why people hold YouTubers up on pedestals and don't hold them accountable. So that's, you know, I had more that I wanted to say, but I think releasing the video, I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to do it when this stream ends. So it'll get published at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And it's just a video. It's off the cuff. It's not, it's one take. It's probably my third take. The first take that I went to record this was about an hour and a half. And I forgot that I only had, on the camera that I was shooting it on, I forgot I only had a 60-minute limit. But I was just so worked up over this that I had to put something out there at that time. And then I shot a second take, and that was over an hour. And then I finally got a take that was under an hour, and that's what I'm going to publish. But I think it lays everything out. You know, there's a lot of evidence and a lot of screenshots and stuff that I could publish as well. And if anybody wants that stuff, I'd be happy to. But I'd really like to leave this in the past in 2023. And after today, I just felt like, you know, it's something that I need to do. I'm sick and tired of walking around my house when I read these comments or I hear my name mentioned on videos and just talking to myself. And, you know, I need to get it out of my life. I just end this. Whatever the fallout is, I really don't care. You know, it's making me lose my motivation for photography completely. You know, I can't, other than a couple of times, I think I've maybe shot something 2 or 3 times in the past 3 or 4 months. So I just need to get it out of my system. So I'm going to release the video, and, you know, whatever fallout occurs, you know, it's fine with me. But anyway, these are my opinions. It has nothing to do with Jeff or this channel or anyone else on this panel. It's just my experience, and that's what I'm going to publish it. And, you know, view it or don't view it. But honestly, it's the way things happen. It's the way things occur. And I realize that some people aren't going to believe it, but if you want the receipts, I got them. I got a phone full of receipts, and I got a computer full of screenshots. Hopefully it doesn't get to that. Hopefully we can just end this and leave it in 2023. But Jeff, I appreciate you giving me the floor, and I'm sure this is not how you wanted to open up the last photo chat of, you know, 2023. But as you know, this has been something that was tormenting me for quite some time. So I appreciate the opportunity and the platform.
No problem. I just want to state to everybody who is here in the chat that first off, like Tim just said, this probably isn't something that you expected to run into on the show tonight, and you're probably wondering, okay, why did I allow this to get interjected into the show? Well, the answer to that is very simple. There are 2 parties who shall remain nameless, because you all know who they are, that have their own channels. They can say what they want on their own channels, and they do say what they want on their own channels. If they choose to be derogatory towards other YouTube creators or YouTube folks that are guests on this panel and have been guests on the panel when Chuck was actively doing the show from AP Studios. Tim did not have a way to rebut anything that was going on because said parties blocked him from making comments on their channel. So I didn't feel that it was appropriate or fair for an individual that has a lot more information about what really went on than any of us know and any of you know, to have to be constantly badgered and brought up in live stream discussions or videos that are being made, and Tim has no way of defending himself. I mean, is that fair when you can basically have a one-sided discussion and the person is blocked from expressing his opinion that may be different than those other parties? So I think not. So I wanted to give Tim an opportunity to express how he felt about things as best he could. And then for those of you who want to understand more of the events that started over a year ago, it's sad that we're still engrossed in something that really was all about nothing, that had to be blown into a big controversy, had to be blown into something that it should never have been. And here we are, full year later, and it's still being resurrected. It's still being talked about. It's still being discussed. People are still getting insulted. What's the point? I mean, these same people talk about wanting everybody on YouTube to get along. Well, if you mean that, then you shouldn't be insulting anybody on YouTube, right?
Or
I
blocking
mean,
them.
you know, we all make an occasional comment in you know, an occasional comment maybe about another YouTuber in fun, you know, occasionally, and that's wrong too. You know, realistically, it is. But we don't go at somebody with a malicious intent. I mean, that's a whole different ball game. So I'm gonna now, you know, leave it where it is and just say, if you want to hear stuff relative to this issue that you're not aware of because you're only hearing one side, then go to Mozman's YouTube channel and watch his video. Now, what's the name of your channel, Tim? What's it titled under?
My channel name is Mozman with 2 Z's. So if you just go to YouTube /@Mozman with 2 Z's, you'll find my channel. And again, I'm not going to schedule the video to go live until after this live stream. I don't want people dipping out and going there and watching that. And I don't want to make this live stream about me or about that. But I just, you know, I appreciate Jeff for giving me the platform because like Jeff said, you know, my voice was silenced on those channels. I was blocked just for stating the truth, which is pretty ironic because, you know, a couple of those parties are all about free speech and forgiveness and getting along, yet I was blocked. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, once again, it's at Mozman 2 Z's, and it'll go live at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight.
Okay.
Hey, Tim,
So,
let me just say something real quick, if you don't mind, Jeff.
no, go ahead.
Something that Jeff and Leslie mentioned. Forgiveness is more for you than for the other guys. Get it out of your system. Don't let it hold you back. Don't let it stress you out because it will drive you insane. So you've did the video. Hopefully after you do this is fine. I heard, what's his name? I can't remember, Vahaget's thing. And, you know, I was wondering how come you guys fell out. But I won't hash on all of that stuff. I'll just say that hopefully you guys.
Well, here's the thing, Wayne. I mean, I'm all about forgiving people. In fact, there's only one person in this world, maybe two, that I hold a grudge against. But I'm not going to forgive somebody until they at least own up to what they did. Why should I? You know, this could have been settled a year ago. This could have been settled a year ago. In fact, I haven't spoken about this at all. I'm not the one that's publishing this stuff out there. Those two continue to put this stuff out there. They brought it up again in October when this was settled and squashed and nobody even remembered that it happened. And they brought it back up again in October, and now they're bringing it up again today. So, you know, this is not about, for me, this is not about forgiveness. It's just about having an opportunity to speak. And if you're going to sit there with your hands up and claim that it's wokeism and it's cancel culture and whatever other BS that they can come up with to make themselves the victims, that's not at all what's occurring here. It's about what's right and what's wrong. If you do something wrong, you know, hold yourself accountable. Admit you made a mistake. Admit you did something that maybe you shouldn't have done. You know, when people call you out on it, just own up to it. But don't sit there and start trashing people and trying to get a community to align with you against those other people when you're the one that did the wrong. You know, I just, you know, I couldn't sit back anymore. So, you know, whether I forgive him or not, that's not really the point for me. You know, if he wants to hold himself accountable and he wants to, you know, apologize for what he did and set the record straight, then I'll forgive him. But if he's just going to keep going out there and trashing me and saying that I'm a liar or the other party's a liar, and you know, that's no, there's nothing to forgive at that point. You know, we can go our separate ways.
Don't let it stress you. You went your separate ways. Move on. If it continues, you want to file a lawsuit, that's all up to you. And that one, if it's dragging your name through the mud.
Oh, I'm not filing a lawsuit. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't like the negative stuff, and I'll admit that I have not watched this channel in a while because it seems to be done in that level. I have unsubscribed, but I tune my mind to people who are more about positivity. And if I look at one of the stuff that comes up and it doesn't, you know, it keeps going on that line, I'm like, it doesn't resonate with me. The tons of people out there that watch stuff.
I'll end this with a comment my mom used to tell me when I was a little kid. And people should actually do this. My mom used to tell me when I was a kid, if you don't have anything nice to say about anybody, don't say anything at all. And unfortunately, they don't apparently live to that approach. which is unfortunate because at some point, you know, we're supposedly all adults, so we should kind of have grown up by now, right? And I guess sometimes we don't.
I know I haven't.
And I will say something here first.
Joey, you're still a kid, man. You're a kid, man. You have a little bit of a, you still have a little bit of a leash on you that gives you a little leeway because you're still a kid, man.
Lord knows I've made lots of mistakes on my channel, Jeff. Like I've misquoted things, I've used wrong descriptions of tech, like all sorts of good stuff. But you know, to Mozman's point, you know, I think when I get called out on it and people say, hey, like you made a mistake here, or like whatever, like I own it. I'm like, hey, you know what? Like good point. Like unless someone like comes after me maliciously, like, oh, this is crap, like don't do YouTube, I always take their feedback because it's like, man, like you're totally right. Like, you know, I think that's one of the best things about YouTube is getting feedback from the community and being able to incorporate that into what you're doing. Because I mean, at least for myself, you know, when I first started my channel, it was all about ESL teaching and living overseas, and then it turned into photography, right? But that really wasn't where I started. And, you know, this community really helped kind of guide me on that. So, you know, Moz, I just want to say, like, you know, I hope you don't lose your motivation to shoot, man. Because I mean, at the end of the day, the beauty of creating and getting out and taking photos is something that is really special, right? And you know, nothing in the way of that.
It's funny you say that because the irony in all of this is that you know, photography for me is something that, you know, it's been, my dad was vice president of an ad agency and his biggest client was Kodak. So I was around professional photographers and photography and Nikons from, you know, before I could walk. You know, it's just been in my blood. And for me, photography has sort of come and, you know, it's gone through phases in my life where, you know, I can, you know, not pick up a camera for a couple of years because of, you know, having kids and things like that, and just life happens. But it's always been something that's been important to me. And Matt Irwin is actually the guy that rekindled my love for photography and my love for Nikon. And so, you know, watching his content was very motivational. And I, you know, one of the things that I can't understand is why somebody would hate on somebody for being positive. I mean, that's what we need more of in this world. We need positivity. We have so much negativity thrown at us every single day and every kind of media that you can think of, you know, print and social media, and you get on YouTube and it's like whatever the algorithm knows that you're going to engage with, it's usually negative because that's the way these things work. You know, what's wrong with the guy being positive? What's wrong with somebody that's just, you know, sharing his joy of photography and his journey and the products that he loves? And I don't see anything wrong with that. So like, you know, wanting to hate on a person because they're positive, I don't understand that. So that was a trigger for me. You know, and it's fine to have a different opinion than somebody, but it's not fine to misrepresent their words and to try and create a culture of, you know, us against them, and, you know, and then to spin it and as though it's wokeism and the cool kids versus, you know, the outcasts, and, you know, I'm keeping it real, so I'm an outcast. It's just it's all static, you know, none of it's true. And for me, like when all this started happening, like I did lose my motivation. You know, I like I said, I've only shot a couple of times in the past few months, and it's because of all this. You know, it's become a negative thing for me. So, you know, that's why I wanted to get on here and do this and publish the video and put it in the past. So, you know, it can start 2024 without walking around the house talking to myself.
Yeah, you don't want that hanging over your head, right? But to your point, though, with the positivity thing, I think it's an interesting point because there's so many social media outlets just in general. I'm not going to speak to Vahagan or anything like that because I don't want to get in the middle there. But just social media in general has a tendency to skew more towards the negative. And, you know, I think to your point, Moz, I think that people can kind of tear that down a lot. I think a great example would be kind of how some of the folks I know in the photography community kind of come after Peter McKinnon, but like I love Peter McKinnon. Like his whole thing is positivity and it's about his journey with his camera, right? And, you know, I sometimes see comments on his channel like, oh, like you should have done it this way, or like you don't know what you're talking about with film, but like he loves what he's doing. And like that's why I keep going back to it. Like for me, that was kind of what got me into photography in the first place, was watching this dude that came to Calgary and just like blew my socks off and got his photo put on a coin. Like that's such a cool story, right? So I think, you know, to your point, Moz, in the end of the day, we just need folks to be, you know, being positive on the internet, sharing good vibes. And, you know, if more of us do that and we don't let the negative static get in the way of that creative process, you know, I think that's how we make a difference, right? Like that's how we kind of differentiate from other channels. And, you know, I think that's one of the things I love about everyone on this panel is everyone is super positive, right? Like, I mean, when we started doing the photo reviews with Chuck, I was a little bit nervous because I was like, oh man, like there's all these experienced photographers. They're going to tear my overexposed photo to pieces and it's blurry and it's not even the camera's fault. I was shooting in manual, but everyone was just like so cool and just was like, oh man, cool shot, man. I was just like, this is magical. No one here is negative, and this like keeps
Joe,
the hype
all,
up,
all
right?
that money that you sent us to say nice things about you. Really paid off.
Not to mention the whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be getting
You know-
more whiskey in about a week. Actually, we got another shoot coming up with the distillers. It's going to be fun.
I want to be clear on one thing too. You know, I'm not doing this to form alliances or to pit people against one another. That's the last thing I want. That's what started this whole thing. You know, I don't want people to pick sides here. I'm not saying you shouldn't engage with somebody or you should. It's not about that. It's just about setting the record straight. So I really hope that this doesn't, you know, have some sort of, you know, negative effect and spiral into, you know, a life of its own. You know, I'm just hoping that this can end in 2023 and just, you know, all sides can just move on. Because I'm done with it. And, you know, I don't even have a YouTube channel. For me to read stuff about myself on YouTube, it's pretty crazy, you know. I don't have a channel. So, I mean, who are you really hurting when you're talking about me on YouTube? I mean, it's a little ridiculous.
Yeah, and Tim, we know that you were concerned about fracturing this group here, correct? Because we all came here to this channel with Chuck because it was always about photography, never about politics, never about religion, never about putting anybody down, correct? And when that's a standard that Jeff has maintained here. But I understand as well that when things become recurrent and you give space for situations to die off and they die off, that you are forced to respond.
Yeah. I mean, I bit my tongue for over a year.
Exactly. And it's so unproductive. I think a lot of people are talking about this channel that Chuck created was never about putting anybody down. Joy, like you said, in the photo reviews, this is bring everybody up, right?
Yep.
And so I don't understand why this needed to be continued, brought again and again. There was no need for it, correct? And we know in the past there have been other minor incidents, and Chuck was the one that actually, with his leadership skill, managed to put those things away and continue, correct? And unfortunately, this is not what is happening now, correct? We cannot turn the page and continue with the community here, and that's unfortunate. But I must say, I can personally testify for you in terms of knowing the quality of person that you are. Correct? I was not in the middle of any of this, but you have been a person that to me have acted always with a level of integrity. And for me, that's a lot.
Say goodbye to David. He's having too many connection problems because he's out in the wilderness with very dangerous animals and everything, and we want to make sure he's safe. So we're going to let him put his coat on and go out and freeze his behind off some more.
Have fun getting some killer Astro, David.
See you, David.
Take care, David.
Stay warm.
Bye, Dave.
And the David begins his amazing walk into the wilderness with nothing but a wide-angle lens and frostbite. Oh, look, there's a cannon shooter in the shrub coming for his Nikon camera.
Happy New Year, David.
Happy New Year, David.
It looks like he's furiously typing to respond to that.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful
I think he's laughing too hard to type very well, though.
David
He's
is now
having trouble getting off the live
disconnecting
stream.
from the live stream.
Yeah, see, I
We
hit
shall
a button.
continue
I
to
hit a
wave
button that
good
doesn't
night.
allow you to disconnect. I got a magic button. We got Mr. Ishii coming in here in the house. Hello, John. How are you?
Hey, John.
Hey, John.
Hey, John. Are you
Hey.
in the mall? Are you shopping?
No, I'm outside my mother-in-law's place.
I
John,
thought you were
Skype.
shopping for more Nikon gear.
No, I was during breakfast. I was just listening to what Tim was saying, and I had missed Vaughan's live stream last night because like 4 in the morning, so I had no idea. Just my 2 cents worth is that over this past year, I know there was this rift, but I didn't know the details regarding the issues or who said what or whatever. But the unfortunate thing, in my mind, is that I thought Tim and Vaughan were good friends. They went out and shot surfing and did all this stuff together. And to see
We
this,
were.
and to see this rift, Tim, is just it's kind of heartbreaking because I really don't know the essence of the issues. You see, and I don't take
John,
sides.
I don't mean to interrupt, but just so you know, and I know you missed some of this. If you watch the video, I think I do a pretty good job of narrating what happened. I don't want to sit here and say too much more because it's all going to be in the video.
Right.
But
right.
yeah, we were good friends, or so I thought. But it just came to a point where I had to just like choose my friendship over morality.
Sure,
and that's what I did.
I understand that perfectly, but as in my part is just that I just wasn't. It was all opaque to me because I didn't know.
Yeah.
I just had no idea of the gravity of the situation. But it's unfortunate,
I don't think most people did.
No.
Like I said, I bit my tongue for a long time on this.
Yeah.
And I made a video a while back, and I didn't publish it because I just didn't want to.
Sure.
I wanted it to die out. I wanted it to end.
I understand
it's
it,
not
but
going to, so.
they kept the coals churning apparently. But I think highly of you, Tim, and we become friends. And Vaughan, a year and a half ago, we had some chats on his show, but nothing controversial or anything, just about photography.
And again, this isn't. I'm not trying to fracture the community here or anything. I don't expect
No, I understand that.
To disassociate. Yeah.
So I understand
that.
that. And whatever the issue is, especially in photography, I mean, what's the big deal? Just say, hey, I'm really sorry. I did that.
Yeah.
I made somebody upset for something I said, and I said, look, if you took it wrongly, I'm really sorry.
Yeah. I
mean, it's the hate among in the photography area is mind blowing. I'm in the guitar community, and just because one person uses a Fender or the other person a Gibson, they don't start throwing guitar strings at each other. You know what I'm saying? But this photography thing is, it's like, wow, one guy uses brand A or brand B, or one that's from Germany. All of a sudden, what? I'm the hoi polloi, and I get called an elitist because I happen to own these things.
Yeah,
I don't get it. Hey, some people buy yachts and motorboats. I like camera gear. Right? You don't see a third.
If Roy could give you more than 2 thumbs up on that comment, he would have. he only has 2 thumbs. So maybe
I mean, if you think about it,
next week Roy will have 4 thumbs. We'll have to stay tuned and watch.
Photography can be a lot cheaper than some other hobbies.
Oh my God, yeah,
much.
Oh gee, I want
unless you're Roy. Sorry, unless you're Roy.
Not by much, it's not.
My buddy.
When we go Boxing Day shopping, we're like, honey, aren't you grateful that I don't have this hobby instead? This is so much cheaper.
No.
But it's just so easy to man up to it and just say, look, hey, I'm really sorry. Arguing over the only winner is the camera brands, right?
And YouTube itself.
And YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube.
So pitting against each other is got an end. And I definitely see your point, Tim. They just won't let it go. And it, and at the end of the day, all this the DNA starts from Chuck.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I felt that here we are. It's the year end. Everything has been a one-sided discussion. You know, Tim is a panelist. Tim is someone that's been in the community a long time.
Correct.
He has a right to defend himself, and I wanted to give him that
Absolutely.
opportunity.
No,
And,
that's the righteous thing to do.
And I realize some people may not want to watch this channel anymore because of this. And you know
Oh,
what?
I doubt it.
And you know what, folks? I'll just tell you right now, I'm okay with that. If you're upset because of what happened, then you know it's like my mom would say, you don't like the show on the TV, just change the channel. Okay.
Well, your mom and my mom are exactly the same. She said the same damn thing. If you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say it at all.
Exactly.
Right.
Right.
But, I just want to make one other comment on the future of my show or future of my channel is you know, some of you may have watched Z-Wade's live stream the other night.
Yeah, a bit.
And I want to extend my sympathies to him once again about the passing of the fact that he had to put his dog down. I've been down that road too many times myself. And if you are a true animal lover, whether it be, you know, I'm sure Chuck loves the heck out of his big cat that he has, and whether it's a cat or a dog or a gerbil or a hamster or a rabbit or whatever you may have as a pet, you know, if you love animals, they're not just animals.
Exactly.
They become part of your family. They are, and in some cases, they are your family. And when they pass, it could be as painful as you losing someone in your family that's human. And so, Z-Wade, my hopes for you for the new year is that you're able to focus on what you enjoy, that you put your energy into what you enjoy doing. Don't do anything just to make everybody else happy. Next year, make it about you. Be selfish, make it about you, and do things that make you happy. And I wish you the best for a happy new year. And once again, you have my sympathies for your loss, and we do care about you. I just want to say that.
It was great to see Z-Wade. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And it's always nice to see him and his absolute humor and his wittiness. It's very entertaining.
And his beard.
And I'm jealous that he lost weight too, because I'm not having that. You know, and he made a good point though, and it's sad. It's sad that you know, we all know, and he pointed out, and that everything, too much of the quote unquote successful channels revolve around gear reviews, revolve around opinions about new gear, revolve around talking about gear primarily. And if you're and I do very little gear reviews. I may do a review on gear if I have purchased it with my own money, and if I like it and I want to share that information with somebody, I'll do a gear review. But I don't typically do gear reviews, as a case in point. And I never will. I'm never going to be a gear review channel. Now, it's just sad that the growth of a channel where you're trying to share your passion for what you do, and that's it's personally rewarding for you. I mean, you know, Jeff and Leslie, they share their love of nature. I try to share my love of nature. I try to share, you know, some special interest type of stories and things like that. And it's rewarding for us. And most of us don't go into this expecting to make 5 cents. Okay? I never went into it with the purpose of saying, oh, I can make enough money to pay half my bills if I bust my behind, and I'm going to be a major success, and I'm going to have money rolling in, and I'm going to be a high roller. That never even popped in my head for a millisecond.
Well,
Okay?
maybe it's because of our age.
You know, I did it to just share the journey. shared a journey.
Yeah, exactly.
And now and not for financial reasons, because if I did it for financial reasons, I failed miserably because I'm in the negative numbers, so I'm not doing very good. And my bookkeeper would say I'm doing a horrible job. But the thing is, when you're doing a channel, even though you love sharing what you do, it consumes a lot of time, it consumes a lot of energy, and it takes away your time in which you may want to do other things. Okay, so that's something that I have to look at in 2024 and decide, and I've said it before, I've somehow managed to almost regularly put out content once a week, but I have made it clear that there may be times where, sometimes just due to lack of subjects, that I may not put something out for a lot longer period of time. And I think I'm going to stick by that for now. But you got to stay true to yourself. And if you find yourself trying to just put content together to make people happy, and it's too much like you're going to work every day and it's a job. When you start getting to where you don't enjoy it anymore, then it's time to leave. That's how I'm looking at it. Then it's time to go.
I mean, absolutely.
Well, yeah, and Jeff, I mean, look, you don't do this just because you want to be on camera here. You took photography before, the same with Tim, the same with everybody in this panel, correct? You took photography before. You sometimes share it with family and friends. This was supposed to be sharing with a larger family and friends.
Yeah.
You don't want to receive free camera equipment, do review for other things, commercialize this channel.
No.
It was always the gathering of friends, correct?
Right. I mean, if, like I said, on the personal side of this channel, nothing to do with the live stream, I'm not looking for people to give me, the thing is, if people, I know there was some commentary on his show last night where I think it was Teamid said, I don't do reviews for free. They pay me. Okay. well,
who said this?
Teamid. Now for me, I would never want to take a dime from someone that wants me to look at their product, because I want to be able to say what I think and have no obligation or feel no obligation that I have to play nicey nice on something that I don't think is very good. And
I used to do reviews. I used to do reviews for magazines years ago, and then I got blacklisted from Sony because I said things that they didn't like, and that's when I said, well, this is ridiculous. I can't help if you make a lousy product, and I'm saying it, and then I got blacklisted from them. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, if you once you start having somebody doing this for you, it's harder to be objective, in my opinion. And you guys can say I'm full of crap or whatever you want, but to me, if you're taking the money, it's hard to be objective.
Well, yeah, and these influencers are. If you have 660,000 viewers or 1 million viewers, you're talking big money. These guys are in their, maybe mid 30s or 40s, and they want to become serious influencers because they want to make some serious dough out of this.
Yeah.
But look at us on this panel.
Well, I personally try not to look at anybody.
But, I mean, you look at us. I certainly don't look like an influencer.
Hey, John, I'm going to show you guys a picture here. I try not to even look at the mirror, my own mirror, and I'm going to show you why. A friend of me took a few pictures of me out in the field.
Oh, brother!
And when you see these pictures, you're going to say, Jeff, you should have stayed out in the field. They are not complimentary by any means.
But we have an excuse.
But let's just say, if you see a guy in your neighborhood taking pictures that looks like this, dial 911 right away. Dial 911. So here we go.
All right.
That's a Jeff. I have seen him in the wild.
So here we are, unshaven, and dressed for the Arctic in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And you're saying, what in the heck is going on?
Hey,
And,
you look like you look like Moose Peterson 2.0.
Yeah. I mean, it is pretty scary when you think about it.
Some of us are made to be behind the camera, Jeff.
But then if I do the side view, then I almost look normal.
There you go.
This one's making me wonder what's going on under the hat. It's like, man, what kind of hairdo did you have? Like,
Well,
that's what
that was when you're in what I always talk as the causeway. When you're on that causeway, you have the ocean breeze hitting you all the time, and so it could be, if it's 30 degrees Fahrenheit, it feels like 20 degrees. If it's 20, it feels like 10. And so I broke out the hat that my wife laughs at me every time I put this on. She laughs because it's the rabbit fur hat. But I'll tell you, you put that hat on, you're not cold. You're not cold at all.
I have the same hat.
Now I understand why people who live in Alaska wear all the real animal fur on them, because there's no way that you're cold when you got real fur on you from an animal. It's incredible.
Same with Mongolia. I mean, in Mongolia, that's all they wear is animals. And when they see you see anybody with a North Fake, they just laugh at you.
It's not going to handle the cold.
Yeah, it's like I was like I said to my friend, I says, I thank the rabbit that donated its fur for this hat. And I love animals, so it was kind of a mean thing to say, but I mean, I did feel weird about buying it because it was real animal fur, but oh my God.
Just think if it was Wolverine fur, that would be awesome.
Oh man.
Jackman's
And a ferryman picked up one of those hats when he was at Mongolia with me. That thing is really, really warm. But his more is like a Genghis Khan type of look. And he had lost it, but he got another one.
I feel like that's a great look, though. Like, I would love to do street photography with a Genghis Khan sort of vibe. I feel like you could take a photo of anyone and anything. It would be so good. It'd be like, I'm going to conquer this area.
People named Jeff get the same hats. Look at that. I don't know.
It looks like you should be selling. Shower curtain rings with that hat on instead of taking pictures.
Yeah. I saw them.
You can commercialize the hat in your channel, Jeff. Put a commercial for that hat on your channel.
I know. I'll do a live stream on hats because I won't conflict with anybody else's content. We'll just call it Jeff the Hat Man. We'll call it Jeff the Hat Man. Or I'll do outdoor clothing for photographers, and then I'll have David Stewart on as a guest, and I can say, how was it, David, when you were in your Bermuda shorts and a T-shirt when it was minus 40 degrees in the Northwest Territory, getting pictures of the Aurora Borealis? And
hey, Jeff, Bob's leaving, and it looks like Joe Man is leaving too.
Yeah,
Joey, you're leaving us. Okay, buddy.
I know I'm such a barrel of monkeys today. No, I gotta jump, guys. But hey, everyone in the stream, great seeing y'all. Everyone on the cast, great seeing you guys as well. Happy New Year's to everyone. I hope you all had a great, Christmas or whatever holiday you celebrate with your family. And 2024 is going to be a blast, everyone. Let's bring it in with strength and confidence, and let's keep creating fun content. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's content that's on the panel, and I hope you guys feel the same about mine. I've got some weird stuff coming, so wish you all the best, and we'll see you all on the photo panel here pretty soon. But yeah. Great seeing you guys. And Maz,
Happy New Year, Joe. Good seeing you, buddy.
Take care.
Take care.
Let's say good
night,
night,
Joe. Take care, Bob.
To Bob from Bob Our Photos, if he is still lingering here for a minute or two. But say good night to him. And he's the gentleman that took those wonderful captures of me with the hat on. So I'm gonna owe him a stipend of some kind for the donation for those wonderful. Those will be the only pictures my wife's going to find of me when I'm gone, and that's going to be on on the in memoriam card is going to have me with that hat on my head and say, "Here, this is my husband." Everybody's going to say, "Oh, you're lucky he's gone now."
The question is, Bob must be very desperate that he uses such a crappy model for his photo shoot.
Yeah.
Here in Asia, we say happy 2023A.
Oh,
3A.
what is that?
You know
The China
why?
thing, right?
No.
Number 4 is
Okay,
bad
because
luck.
number four in
yeah.
Chinese is death. Say.
Oh.
So it's happy 2023A.
Hey,
Oh
okay.
my.
Like in my condo, there is no fourth floor. It's 3A.
Yep. I noticed that
Like
when I was over
13
there.
in the
What?
US. Yeah.
23A, 13A.
It drives the fire department nuts.
But the people on 3A know what floor they're really on.
Yeah.
What they do.
You're in the basement.
Well,
The
it's
odd thing
funny.
is that in Malaysia, it's the buildings that are built by Chinese that are labeled that way. The ones that are built by Malaysians have the regular numbers. Anything built by Chinese or Chinese company, there's never a 4. Well, there's 40, but not 44.
Except here in Hong Kong, they have to use legit numbers because they're very strict on fire codes because they don't want the firemen to be confused between a 3A and a 4. They want to know 4.
And they came on the British system.
In my old condo in Miami, they didn't have the 13th floor.
Right.
See?
13. Yeah.
Yeah. Some airplanes don't have a row 13 either.
Yeah.
See? 12A.
John, I remember when I working in Brunei, there's a lot of Chinese, like Wayne was mentioning. And, I go to the country, you get to buy a car. I find out when I was buying my car that among the people that I was managing, there was a pool about how many fours there will be in my camera and my plate, my number plates of the car. Because that will tell the fortune whether I will stay long or short.
Yeah.
But the Malays like the number 4 because in Malay number 4 is ampat, EMPAT. Ampat is 4, and 4 it means chill out, relax, take it easy.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a Chinese thing, like Wayne saying.
Yeah, I learned that from John because I've never realized these things until I was on. It's like, why do they have this 13A and so on? So it's interesting. But when I'm in Mongolia, the odd thing is when I get like a SIM card, they want me to pick a number. I'm like, why? People pay extra for certain numbers. 888, 000. I'm like, that makes no sense to me. Just give me a number. No, if you pick a number that has something inside the combination, you have to pay extra for it.
Yeah, especially the number 8.
So to show that I'm not the only person, as we've had in the chat, that has bad taste, we're going to share a photo that just got sent to me of someone else who has bad taste, just like me. So this is Jeff Sluter, Jeff and Leslie. And,
wow, look at that.
This is happy.
It's us. Jeff's got to stick together. It's us against the world. You, me, and the few rabbits that we wiped out. We're what are you gonna do, right?
Rabbits are a plague anyway.
Oh, that's right, in Australia.
Everything in Australia is a plague.
So we can war to make us some hats with all these rabbits.
Oh,
Hey, one shout out.
Made from rabbit.
One shout out, Planner.
Yep.
Having fun with that thing, aren't you?
Gotta have it, man. I tell you, it will take your photography to the next level.
I'm trying to drag you over to the big screen, and it's not letting me for some reason. So I'm having technical difficulties.
Right, Roy? Planner.
Yes, I agree. It's a fantastic lens.
It is unbelievable. I've owned a lot of expensive lenses, and this is the best lens I've ever used in my life.
I've got lenses 4 or 5
It
times
is-
the price of this, and this is better.
Yeah, see, right, Roy? It's magic. They got magic dust in this thing.
Just something about the images it produces. It's just Something
there we
interesting about it.
Mind blowing. Oh yeah.
Oh, you got
There we
sounds
got
of
you.
walk.
Now
There
we
you go.
now I got you. I had to take that image of Jeff off my screen for you to come on. That's what it was.
It was melting the screen.
The power of the hat. It causes things not to work. The power of the hat.
Look at that thing.
But you're back in Malaysia, John, huh?
No, I'm in Hong Kong.
You're still in Hong Kong? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm going back to Malaysia next week.
Now, how far is the travel for you to get there?
It's about 3 hours. It's about 3 hour flight north. It's great. You would love it here, Jeffrey. It's like camera craziness here. You would like, I can't stop. Oh my god. I gotta have this. I gotta have that.
I would probably get too pumped up, and it wouldn't be too healthy for me.
And me and Wayne, we go to the same shop, Sim City, and you get all this stuff, right? The pro grade cards, and God, they got cards and readers and you name it. All this stuff that you can't get anywhere else.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Sure.
Yeah. Huh? So
that's
it's
the latest and greatest of stuff they have inside there. I was very surprised because the other places don't carry it.
Last week it was 44 degrees Fahrenheit. Today it's 77. Go figure.
You guys. The next time you're in the same locale, you guys got to go out and do like a joint photo shoot and do a video. Do like a little.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
That
would be cool.
We can do it. Hey Wayne, we can do it when we get back. We arrive in Malaysia the same day anyway.
No, I changed my dates.
To what?
The 20th.
Oh, the 20th. Oh, later. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the wife wanted to stay a little bit longer, so we're just gonna. So she comes back Tuesday, basically. So we'll stay a little bit longer here. I guess she'll thaw out before going there.
Yeah, she wants to thaw out. UB must be like minus 30 degrees.
It's getting there. Well, she was in Erdenet, so it was minus 27. So UB's probably around minus 30, I think.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
So for our friends here in California, including Tim, so what is the situation there with all these giant waves that you guys are getting?
Oh yeah.
Has anybody have been photographing the waves?
Tim is on mute because he has to have something to eat for dinner. He missed dinner.
Okay.
So he'll be back. But he was talking to me earlier today about that they were putting up 10-foot walls of sand on the beaches, and the waves were coming over the 10-foot.
Wow.
10-foot mounds of sand. So that's not so good.
What's causing that?
No. Because there's some places in California that's by the beach, but it seems as though like they're a little bit below water level. And of course, if the water comes all the way in by the beach, past the sand, past the little wall that they have blocking, people from walking from the beach into the area, because I've been in that area, it's just kind of crazy. I've seen some of the videos, and it's like, wow. So if it's 10 foot at like the regular levels and it's going over, yeah, that's really crazy stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I gotta go. I got a call from the wife.
Okay. Wait, John.
Happy New Year.
Who's in charge here? John, who's in charge here?
You know who is his wife.
Here's how it works. Here's how it works. In order for this to work, it's 60-40.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, none of this 50-50, and we know where the 60 goes, right?
Yeah.
But the 60's her and 40's her mom.
Yeah.
You get nothing.
I get nothing. Well, Happy New Year, because it's New Year's Eve here, and I'm gonna just watch TV. So we'll see you in 2023, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right, buddy. And Tim, you take care. Is Tim still there?
He's
Yeah.
eating.
He's
All
listening.
right. Okay, Tim. You take care, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Wayne, Gustavo,
See you.
and all of you.
Send us a photo
Bye-bye.
for next week. Photo for next week.
Okay.
Yeah, photos for you and your wife. Send me some photos for next Saturday.
Fireworks.
We'll
Show
do.
the fireworks.
We'll do. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, John.
Yeah, remind everybody in the chat. I'll throw it up here one more time, or maybe a couple times during the show. Is I think I said I got 28 images so far. So send them into this email address by Friday of next week. And 2048 JPEG, 2048 pixels on the long side, JPEG files. And we will be more than happy to share what you send. Provide photo information, location, settings on your camera if you can. It just helps people who are maybe on here that are learning, that are curious. You know, I wonder what setting that person used. It gives them an idea, a place that they can start if they try to take a similar picture. So that information does help. And as I said, the images, all the images that I get are not going in a book that I'm going to put together or anything and make money off of you. They get deleted within 24 hours of the show ending. And I do not do anything with the images. I do not share them with anyone other than the audience here on this show when we have the photo review, and that's it. Let's see. Might as well bring up, because it's going to be a point of discussion for, well, until we get official notification from Nikon about the Z6 III. Obviously, it's still in the news. People talking about it. Nikon rumors, added on some specs that they got from Chinese sources. Good, bad, or indifferent. Added more information. I mean, some of it, obviously, one thing in particular, obviously, I doubt is true, because they put in there that the Z6 III was going to have dual X-Speed 7 processors, and there's no way that's going to happen, because the camera would have no use for two X-Speed 7 processors, and if you did it, it would not be a $2,500 camera. So there are obviously some information that gets thrown across or tossed over the wall that doesn't make a lot of sense sometimes. I watched a video from another content creator talking about the Z6 III specs and on that person's channel, and he was very insistent and that the camera was going to have a 33 megapixel sensor versus the 24 and a half megapixel sensor that Nikon rumors is talking about. So watch 10 channels, get 10 different sets of specs. I mean, so I don't know, wherever you want to hang, I guess wherever you want to hang your hat on, right? And I mean, what are you going to do? To me, you don't know until when Nikon formally announces it and puts out a published spec sheet, then I'll believe. In the meantime, it's like, yeah, okay, sounds good, makes sense. Kind of think that would make sense to happen, but we don't know for sure. Some statements like, better ergonomics compared to the Z6. Well, that's pretty obvious. If the camera is really a little bit bigger than a Z6, it's going to have better ergonomics. It's going to have better heat dissipation, being a larger body. So some of these things, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. They put it in, it fills in content, it looks good to talk about, but it's stuff that's kind of obvious, assuming some of the other statements are true. 6K 30, okay, that's cool. 4K 120, N-Log, internal video recording, pixel shift was previously talked about, IBIS. We'll see about the vari-angle LCD screen. Is it going to use the same LCD screen that's in the ZF? We'll have to see if that's what happens. Is it going to be better than that? We'll see what happens. CFEB and an SD card, that was pretty much assumed, I think, by many, that it wasn't going to be any different than a Z8 or any better than a Z8 or a Z camera for the price. So there's so far, there's still not, it's like you got maybe 30% of the presumed specs that most of us would care about. The rest, we'll get 5 or 6 more lines of rumors about it probably every week. until we get the official announcement. And then, of course, they talk about an quote unquote upcoming Nikon event on the island of Lanzarote, if I pronounce that right, end of January. Supposedly a trip for Nikon influencers to get introduced to the upcoming Z6 III. And I never heard of Lanzarote. I didn't know where it was. I looked it up, and it's one of the Canary Islands owned by Spain, 60 miles off the coast of Northwest Africa. For those of you who are curious and want to know where Lanzarote is, now you know.
Lanzarote.
Rote. Lanzarote.
Very pretty area.
Okay.
Some lovely islands there.
And a funny and interesting informational thing was a 13 millimeter f5.6 AIS super wide angle lens sold on eBay for $50,000.
Yeah.
$50,000.
What size was it?
It was a 13 millimeter f5.6 AIS wide angle lens.
Wow.
$50K.
This one here.
Oh, you got one there?
I've got one.
You got
Roy, I suggest that you put it on eBay right away and see if you
sold my old knocked.
see if you can get 50. See
That
if
was
you can get
enough.
55,000. See if you can get 55,000. To, I guess, to mix things up a little bit. Let me see. Get my page back here. I always click and move it to the back, and got to get it back to the front again here. I did the it has never really took off. Once in a while, the tips and tribulations thing that I tried to do, had mediocre results. So I said, well, what kind of heading can I come up and throw out just a few little tidbits of information that people might find interesting. So I decided to create a title and call it "Did You Know?" ? Did you know? So I'm going to start off some things and with the statement, "Did you know?" So, did you know that the 1961-1962 Graflex graphic rangefinder 35 camera advanced the film via a powered CO2 cartridge?
Wow.
Those are the small CO2 cartridges that they often get used in pellet guns or BB guns. They cost like $15 or less for 12 of them. So they would have a small CO2 cartridge in the camera somewhere that would actually blow it probably had a check valve or had some kind of valve, and it would use the pressure built up in that CO2 cartridge to advance the film.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
Doesn't sound very durable, does it?
It sounds pretty dangerous.
What's the next? Gunpowder?
Yeah, I don't know. What next? Well, if it's an old camera, it's a little rusty. You got to use a chisel and a hammer, I guess. I don't know. So the next, did you know, is 120 roll film was introduced by Kodak in 1901 for use in the Brownie No. 2 camera. So that is the first that film got introduced with that camera in 1901.
Didn't know it was that old. I thought 127 was older than that.
And then I'll have to look up 127 for the next one. One of the first self timers. I don't know. I just kind of came up with random thoughts, and I said, well, let me try to get information on a certain photography topic and see what I get for an answer. But one of the first self timers was a spring tensioned air valve that type that fit in the tubing of the old cameras from the 1800s, early 1900s that had the tubing and bulb release, where you squeeze the bulb. It looked like what your doctor uses when they're squeezing for your blood pressure.
Yeah.
So like one of those. Well, they put in something in line with that. So they probably squeezed it, built up pressure. There was a spring in there. And what it would do is it would delay the built up pressure from getting to activating the shutter. So maybe if you squeezed the thing a few times, you had enough time to run in front of the camera and get a picture of yourself on some of these old field cameras back in the day. So you think that self timers, when did they really come out? Or so you had self timers, and some of these that came out in the 1800s never had a patent assigned to them. There are people that have found the parts that were used, have not been able to trace it down to a patent that was granted for it. But there was stuff being sold and used for to create these self timers that you can't get definitive information on. And then before you had self timer levers that were on the front face of your 35 millimeter camera. When you had, say, 35 millimeter, we'll talk about Roy's favorite 35 millimeter rangefinder cameras. before you had self timers on them, there were a whole bunch of self timers that screwed into the threaded part of your shutter release, and you adjusted the amount of time, and it had like a little plunger that would go down and fire your shutter. And Roy probably has 20 of those in his cabinet right now.
I've got 3.
You've got 3. So if you find one, you find one if you can. I'll drag you onto the big screen. You can show.
I don't know where I put them. I don't use those sort of cameras much to use them.
But so that's something that's interesting, for those those of you maybe that always wondered about that. The first camera with a photoelectric meter was a 1935 Contaflex. The first TTL light metering SLR was the 1963 Topcon RE Super. It had a CDS cell placed behind the reflex meter. Now, this camera, I tried to find this camera. It's a real camera. It does exist. But I'll tell you right now, I did not find, I looked at some that people are trying to get $500 for. They got more dents in them than something that got hit by an elephant. They look absolutely horrible. They're trying to get $500 for a camera. It looks like a piece of junk. So
it usually doesn't work anyway.
Yeah. So if you wanted to collect that camera, it's going to be a long wait before you find one that's in any kind of condition. And then it's probably going to be priced a ridiculously high price. But I did try to find one, and what I saw for $250 up to $500 was horrible stuff. It was nothing that I would ever think of buying. So I've got two more did you knows. Did you know in 1913, Oscar Barnack created the UR-Leica that used 35 millimeter film. It was not commercially available. It was a prototype. So it may have been he was the first person that created a 35 millimeter film camera. However, it was not the first camera that was available for people to buy that used 35 millimeter film. Okay, so there were the Leica 1 was actually introduced at the Leipzig Fair in 1925. Now, all the other 35 millimeter, all the other cameras that used 35 millimeter film prior to that 1925 announcement for the Leica 1, they were basically motion picture cameras that got converted for single frame operation. And the way the film was orientated and the way they had to use the film, you had basically a half frame image. You had 18 millimeters by 24 millimeters. So you had, there was a 1913, what they called tourist multiple. There was a simplex camera that came out in 1914. These are all vertical orientated cameras. They looked like little movie cameras. The monograph of 1915. They had a camera called the Sicko made in Switzerland. It used unperforated 35 millimeter film to have a larger negative size of 30 millimeters by 40 millimeters and could do 25 exposures. And obviously, like a standardized 35 millimeter for still image photography, because it was what we look at as a conventional camera, film mounted and horizontally, not vertically, not in a vertical camera, horizontally. And that's where you had the original 24 millimeter by 36 millimeter image size, which we had to this day, for SLR cameras. And so we owe a lot to Oscar from Leica, but it's interesting that there were other forms of cameras that use 35 millimeter film that were available for purchase prior to the Leica actually coming out, but they weren't the same pedigree and the same type of camera.
Leica claimed it all for them there.
Yeah. Now the first autofocus camera, this is the last of my did you knows. The first autofocus camera was actually a point and shoot Konica C35 autofocus point and shoot from 1977. Now the first 35 millimeter point and shoot SLR, most people consider the first one that was commercially viable, was the Minolta Maxim 7000 of 1985. So that was the first 35 millimeter point and shoot SLR. And that's it.
Nikon had them out before that.
Yeah, I thought I would throw a few of these things out. Just interesting tidbits of useless information that you could consume and share with your friends and amaze them.
With your photo history knowledge.
With your photo history knowledge. Yes, you can now. Hey, guys, what we should do is we should create a bunch of things and create like a photo trivia game. That would be interesting. I wonder if there is a photo trivia game. That would be kind of cool.
Make one.
So let me ask you a question here, because I don't know the details, but I remember my father-in-law, who was also an advertisement team. He used to shoot some commercials. I actually, even when I was dating my wife, I hung around to see, to be a helper, correct? Just grab things around and all that. I found it exciting to be part of the, a cinema type of crew. But they were shooting on film, but because it was, professional shooting with big cameras. I remember the 35 millimeters canister, and in the film when they developed, there was an optical marker to be able to synchronize the sound, which was recorded separately from the film. But I don't know how that works. Roy, did you know, or Jeff, since you had done some investigation, or Tim, do you know how what was that they put in the actual film to be able to synchronize sound and film?
There's a little guide inside of the film that you can put marks or things onto it. That's how they did it. The biggest one I saw was a 70 millimeter IMAX. The reels were over a meter across. They were huge. That was the most interesting film I saw.
But what was that they put in the film?
It's just the film. It's just a little mark on the side, because the film is just photosensitive. It's just just fitted on by the back of the camera. Okay,
so the camera will put a little bit of light.
Yeah,
and I remember that because I saw them working after that, and those things where they cut the film and go with the two reels, and that they were looking for those little things at the edge of the film.
Things on the side of film. That's film as well. That's photosensitive. You can have the image or anything you want on that.
Okay. And the camera will shine a light at a certain frequency or something. Okay.
There was I have one somewhere behind me. I'm not going to dig it out, but they actually had cameras that had some old cameras from the 1920s had a stylus.
I remember you.
And you would on the back of the camera, you would slide a like a window, and you could write on the film, and you can say, you know, maybe you just put down
location or something.
Yeah, you put down you know, State Park, or you just
Exactly.
wrote something on it, and that would show up in an ambiguous location when you got your film developed, and you would know where you took all your pictures. It was kind of neat.
No, I remember you showing that camera in one of your nostalgic camera reviews.
Yeah,
that was very interesting. But I didn't know how that, whether those cinema cameras had that way of synchronizing the sound. Correct?
Yeah. This is the camera.
Okay.
Here's the stylus. It
Exactly.
has a holder, right? I can pull the stylus out a little bit. So here's the stylus, and then on the back, see if I can get enough light on it. Okay, see that little metal hole there?
Yeah.
You would stick this stylus in, pull that down, and then you would write on it and push that back
the
up.
emotion.
Yep. And so this is an old this is what Kodak, they called it a Kodak vest pocket camera. Had a stylus, and you could write information on your film. So, because I wondered, you know, when I first got this thing, I'm looking at this stylus, I'm looking at it, and I go, okay, is that to, like, you know, stab somebody if they try to steal your camera from you? I was trying to figure out what it was for, you know. But all sorts of weird stuff. Like I said, if you find a camera that actually advances your film with a CO2 cartridge, you definitely shake your head and say, "Wow."
And had you found photos of that camera or not?
The Flintlock, the photo review is next Saturday. Yeah, next week. If anybody has anybody have a New Year's resolution relative to photography you want to share, like such as, you know, I promise not to tie my tripod to my wife when standing near the edge of a cliff, anything like that. Do you guys have any kind of New Year's resolution that's photography related? Like, I won't buy any more gear for 2024 or something like really silly like that, which we know is not going to happen.
I promise not to buy any more for 2023.
Okay.
You still have a chance.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Hey, you shouldn't say that, because they might have some big sale in the next few hours.
I'm good with skipping it.
I gotta learn to do that. As bad as it is with the old stuff that I keep getting. I gotta.
Well, you keep finding things that are hard to pass up.
Yeah. I bought two more vintage things today, so I'm in trouble.
Oh boy.
My wife walks into my room now, and just shakes her head. And I told Tim earlier, I says, I got to go through all my closets. I got to start throwing out cardboard boxes for stuff that I'll keep all my lens boxes and stuff like that. But I got cardboard boxes for things that I didn't need to keep the cardboard boxes for. So I got to start throwing away stuff so I can create more shelf space, so I can move things around and have more room for cameras, because I'm actually running out of room for cameras. Not a good thing.
No attic, no basement.
He found a loophole around that 2 lens thing. He's just buying old cameras.
Exactly.
I gotta take off, guys. So let me say Happy New Year to everyone, and all the best in the new year.
You too.
Same to you, Wayne.
Happy New Year.
Wayne, are you gonna make that? You're gonna make that resolution that you're not gonna buy any new gear for 2024? You think you could do that?
No.
No.
I hope to be settled someplace in 2024 so I can have a better setup, better system. But hopefully, even though I may buy something, not to the same level that I used to have, I just need something I can get the work done, and that's it. Because, I had a whole bunch of lenses and cameras and so on. I just want to simplify things right now. What works and what can last me for the next few years.
Yeah.
And Wayne, and then the C63 show up, and you start getting that itch.
Oh no, it is. That's why I forgo the ZF because I want something that can do more. What I want to do is the video side. The Z is satisfied on my photo stuff. It's a little challenging in some of the video areas. Not that it doesn't do video very well, but if I want to walk outside with it, I prefer it over the FX30. Believe it or not, because when you're out there, say you want to shoot video, you end up shooting photos as well. So if the Z6 III comes out and it has a fan and it can satisfy all of that, then the FX30 goes. I'll be all back in Nikon and be all good to go. So that's the only thing that I'm really looking at this stage. If they don't do something well, they'll push me to go to Panasonic for the S5 2X or S1H2, we'll see.
Yeah, maybe you could talk Joey into lending you his Panasonic that he just got for a little while. Right.
Yeah, he hasn't put out. He's still learning it though.
Yeah.
He's
having way too much fun with his drone photos. I mean, those are cool.
Yes, I say that because I'm like, the drone stuff is really good. The video from it looks excellent, and I'd like to see him do some more on the Panasonic now that he has it, so we can see, what it's like.
Yeah.
All right, guys in the chat.
Have a phenomenal New Year, and we'll see you in the New Year next Saturday, hopefully.
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right.
All right. Take care.
Take care. Have a good one.
See you. Right.
See you.
I don't
take some pics of the fireworks. They had some good fireworks over there, so.
I'm seeing if anybody has any. No one in the chat is volunteering to share any photography-related New Year's resolutions because nobody wants to commit to keeping money in their wallet for 2024. It just doesn't work,
Jeff.
Well, if you're a photographer, it ain't happening, right? It ain't happening.
It's either a lens, a camera, but then you travel, and then you see what the other guy has, and I need one of those too. So
and some lighting. Everyone forgets lighting.
No, I think I want to call it resolution, my objective, because the resolution sounds too, firm, will be to actually try to put some of the photos that I take so that we can have this chat on Instagram, correct? Because I'm like you, Jeff, and the only social media that I do is this thing on Saturday. Don't have any other presence, but sometimes to share, it's good to to put something out there. So I'm going to try to start putting some of the photos as I take them along in Instagram, and that way I can tell you, hey, look at this or look at that.
But then, Gustavo, the problem is you start doing that. You're gonna come on this show or Chuck's show, and we're gonna see you shaking, and we're gonna say, "Why are you shaking?" And you're gonna say, "I'm not getting enough likes on my Instagram."
No.
You're gonna get all concerned when you don't get enough likes. You're gonna say, "Oh, this one got 20 likes less than the other one. Why?"
Yeah. I tell you, I'm not going to lose any sleep because of that, for sure.
Instagram is pretty good for advertising.
Yeah, I'm not advertising anything, but. Yeah, I first had to learn all these kind of hashtags, something, and all that kind of stuff.
Well, Tim, wasn't there something you would probably know, Tim? Isn't there something that
Okay.
I'm not a big social media guy other than YouTube here. Wasn't there something with Instagram that got a lot of photographers upset? Like they were
They changed up.
they were kind of wanting to change over to having more video content and not as many stills or something like that.
Yeah, they changed
Exactly.
the algorithm to keep up with TikTok and the other platforms that are very video centric. So video is what gets the most interaction these days, not static photos. So yeah, the algorithm changed, and then they changed it back, but it's not the same as it used to be. Video stuff will still get more love on social media than static photos. But in terms of tagging and things like that, that's there's tools out there that you can use to find what tags are popular, what tags people are interacting with, and it's not too difficult to get the hang of it.
Exactly. No, that's you guys will know because I will tell you so that when I put my name there, I actually follow some people that put some stuff. I know David here, the drone weather photographer. He's very masterful at his Instagram. Luis P puts some of the stuff as well. So it's just interesting to see what other people are doing, right? And photographically, but I don't. I retire. I don't want another business. My hobbies are my business.
Does Instagram allow you larger resolution files than Facebook, or are they both the same?
There's some, there are some rules that you need to follow for Instagram. Different crop ratios. Basically, everything's square, but you can upload different ratios. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of resources out there on exactly how you should prepare your images so that they don't get completely destroyed by the compression algorithm. But yeah, there's a lot of resources out there to tell you what to do with your images before you upload them to Instagram so that they maintain as much quality as possible.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
I got a question for you, Roy. What is the reason? Is there a reason why camera manufacturers seem to have drastically reduced the amount, your choices when it comes to selecting aspect ratios in your camera body? I mean, it used to be you had quite a few, you could do, 3:2, 4:3, 16:9. You had a bunch of choices, and now it seems like a lot of these cameras just have like one choice.
Just laziness. It's just software control anyway.
Right. I mean, it doesn't add a lot of cost. I don't know why they don't.
GFX has still got some good range of aspect ratios and that. But every time you choose anything but 3:2, you're losing resolution. So that's probably why a lot of people don't like it.
Yeah, it's just strange. It's just like how they've gotten away from giving you the choice of multiple resolutions for your raw files.
Maybe they expect that to be done in Photoshop or
it's just as easy to do in Photoshop.
Well, the thing is, if you do it in camera, you're saving card space.
Exactly.
If you don't do it in camera, you're still dealing with the large file. You know what I'm saying? So they used to have small, medium, and large raw files. I think the D850 was like that, if I remember. You had multiple options for your raw files, and because sometimes you're shooting something where you're not going to make a big print, or you don't need it to be a large
different levels of compression there, but that's not the size of the image.
Now we only get DX and FX, correct?
Yeah, DX and FX.
That's about it.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like.
I like it.
It seems like sometimes they take things away and they don't really. It just happens. They don't really talk about it. It just goes away.
The one that always
in video mode, you've still got them.
The one that always baffles me is why they don't put the Arca Swiss foot in the lenses, correct? I mean,
I've been nagging Nikon for about 20 years about that.
I don't know whether it's a patent issue or something like that, but it's absolutely mind-boggling, correct? That they don't.
Arca Swiss is out of copyright anyway.
Exactly. I mean, it's not like So I
Right,
think it
doesn't it?
was Jim, real Nikon lover, that said that the Kirk Enterprise food for the 180 to 600 was out. So I actually, waited for end of the to 26, and I ordered it, and it came already. So there is a lot of people that are making a lot of money out of not able to do a groove into the food, correct? And
Yeah.
but that,
Madness.
thank you, Jim. It was good. I like what Kirk does. So, but it's unnecessary, correct?
Yeah,
Shouldn't be.
it's a shame. I mean, I don't like Roy said. I mean, what is the copyright law usually protects you for like 20 years, maybe?
Tamron are doing it already with their lenses. Their long lenses have got the Arca Swiss plate built in.
Huh.
Exactly.
Yeah, if the third party guys are going to make the prime people look bad, I mean, come on, guys, step to the plate and do it. It's irritating.
I'll be happy if they put two USB ports on cameras now.
I'll put this up. Jeff and Leslie, the R7 has 4 aspect ratios.
Okay.
That's decent.
They'll do it in video mode, but not so much in stills.
That's true. The video mode.
Yeah. And what's for
thank you,
for
Jim.
next year? What do you guys have on your list that you're well? Before I ask that question, I'm just gonna make a note to everyone that you would think that the 35 1.2 Z lens is going to come out in the first quarter, and the only reason I say that is because Canon rumors is announcing their 35 millimeter at 1.2 L is going to come out in the first half of 2024. So you would think if Canon's going to come out with their 35 1.2, that Nikon's going to want to beat them to the punch and come out with their 35 1.2 first. You would think. But we'll see. Anything you guys are looking for that you definitely want to get? I mean, are you really hot and heavy hoping to pick up a Z6 III if you like what they do with it, or
if I like it, I'll get it. Otherwise, I'll get the ZF.
Yeah.
You think they might put a fan in one of those cameras?
I think Wayne wanting to have a fan, it ain't never going to happen.
No,
Nikon is never going to me. A fan is a gimmick. It works, but it's gimmicky, and when you look at what Fuji does with the fan, it's horrible. It's horrible. You got to swing your viewfinder over. Then you got to screw this thing into some threads that's, behind where your screen would be. So you can't have the screen folded because now you got the fan there. I mean, it's to me, oh man, if you can't figure out thermal management good enough without a fan, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Well, if it's bigger than a Z6, it shouldn't need much cooling anyway.
No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, it may not be unlimited recording time, but it's going to be a respectable amount that most people are never going to need more of. But we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the fireworks tonight. A terrible job last year.
I'm not only
20 odd miles away.
I'm not only because my puppy is going to be crawling under the bed when the fireworks go off.
Yeah.
Why can't you fit under the bed with him?
No. Not going to happen for me. She's back to being awake now.
I'm still learning birdie photography. Very hard.
Hey, Roy, that Kookaburra photo was very good. I don't know if you watched the the stream. I think Jeff shared one last week.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I shared those pictures that you sent me to
I
show
don't
on.
remember them, but sounds good anyway.
Yeah, no,
Everybody knows what film.
you had the Kookaburra shot, and you had beautiful. I had to make a comment on the beautiful bokeh balls that you had that were almost perfectly round
You
behind
can thank
all around the
Photoshop
bird.
for that.
What's that?
You can thank Photoshop for that.
Oh,
Oh.
but that was good, Roy. That was good.
Thank you.
Yes,
So-
yes, that's a nice bird. That beautiful bird.
No, it's you are there, Mr. Roy. So I like the fact that it was not the balcony was a perch, and you have a little bit of backlight, and the rainbow lorikeet was also nice. But the kookaburra, I as a wildlife photographer, I appreciate what you did there. So
Yeah,
congratulations. We want to see
I'm better
more.
at Photoshop than birds.
Okay, Jeff, I'm officially going to call you a corny person that you want to make people smile and brighten someone's day, because we all know that there's some people that just don't like happy people. So I'm glad that you're a happy person and you want to spread love in the world, because there aren't enough people that feel that way, obviously. So that's great. I'm only picking on you to be my sarcastic wit. I agree with you. You like to, sometimes, you give a picture to someone. You just say, you like this picture, and you just give it to them, and it makes them happy. And you go, when you're happy, I'm happy. You make somebody else happy, it makes you happy. Spread the joy.
But in 2024, talking about being 2023 and 2022 were changes, correct? We were all trying to move to a different pace to this new world of the mirrorless camera, correct? So actually, for me, what I would like to use it more, I think it was Luke that was mentioned that before. I want to actually less buying or looking for and more using it, correct? Going places to use the camera. Right?
Yeah, I think if I was going to pick a photography goal, and this goal may result in me throttling back on content, which I think may definitely happen and should happen. I want to every year, I want to kick my photography up a notch.
Exactly.
I want to keep improving. I want to keep trying things that are different. I want to kick it up a notch every year. I want to just not just do the same old. I want to try to find, as best I can, find some different subject matter, or find a different perspective to take a shot, or maybe use a lens that one might not normally use for a certain thing, and try it out and see how it works. And I just want to do more experimenting, and I want to continually. It's a business thing where he used to say business was all big on continuous improvement. Well, I'm kind of that way with my photography. I want to continuously improve. I don't want to stay the same, and I don't want to go backwards. I want to continuously improve. I like this with replacing. How do you replace the fan pulley belt? On the fan that you're going to install to keep your camera cool. Requires special tools that they probably charge you way too much to do that job. But you want to keep your camera cool, shoot your video inside your car with the air conditioning on. There you go.
That doesn't work. I tried it.
You get condensation in your camera then.
That was with the Z30.
Z30.
Yeah. I had better luck with the Z50 on that and the ZFC. So
pack it nice.
Well, I had to get a little fan behind it. This little fan right here. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got one of those. I use the same thing.
Yeah. So if you're not doing it on the fan, you just do it on yourself. And what I like about this is it's rechargeable, so you can plug it in and keep it going. But it's not, and it doesn't make much noise unless you go to a higher speed. But it's a must. It's an add-on.
You could liquid
Everybody's
cool cameras
pushing
if
that
you
it
wanted
runs
to, I
the
suppose.
fans, and then you see them falling off the cameras all the time. So they got to get the better sticky stuff. But I live in hot weather, so I know it gets warm in South Carolina too. But man, it's been atrocious this past year.
We've had a cool summer this year so far.
You get
I'd like
Randall. What you got to do is move up where Mr. Stewart lives. You'll never have any overheating ever again. You'll have the other problem. David's the only he's the first and only person I ever had say to me that when he's taking his, he's got multiple, DSLRs that he uses for his shots, and he sets them all up, and he waits for them. He knows, quote unquote, when they freeze up. So he's like the ultimate destructive tester. They should use him for doing destructive testing on cameras because he runs them until they basically don't work. Then he thaws them out, and then he throws them back out there again to freeze up again. So I mean, you would never have a overheating problem in Canada. I don't think.
I'm playing with my Z8. I'm looking at the menus. I tried to take some pictures at barrel racing today, and I had it on the wrong setting. I had it in program mode for, instead of manual mode, and everything was like bluish, dark. So, but the video was fine. It was just the stills that was giving me the problems.
It's all getting familiar with your camera, isn't it? Most people don't spend enough time learning.
Randall, you out of all the bunch here, you probably will be the one that will be famous 50 years from now, 100 years from now, because with all these videos that you make driving around, there will be somebody. Hey, when I was born in 2023, I used to live in this street, and this guy was filming all the way from the shopping mall. So you will be remember.
No. See, Randall's got to worry because he's putting out so many videos driving around that one day he'll get pulled over by a police officer, and the cops going to say, "We've heard a lot of stories about you. Why are you shooting videos all the time from your car? What are you up to?"
No, honestly, Randall, I guarantee you somebody in the future is going to look and say, I used to live in that street. And that's the only record they will have of the drive from there to the school or whatever, correct?
Well, I'm waiting for Google and Apple to notify me. He says, we need to go down this area because we need to go down in Google Maps or something.
You're a new business.
Yeah.
Get one of those trucks with the antennas and the radars.
Or Storm Chaser. Yeah.
Well, if you get the call from Google and Apple, go to Apple because their maps are horrendous. They need the help.
Oh, yeah. Jeez. So, in my car, if you hook it up to one USB port, you get the menu from the iPhone, which I hate. I love the map on the my car better, all right, from the manufacturer. So what I have to do is I use another USB cord to put it in the back seat where it's plugged in. That way it bypasses Apple, and then I can still use the map. But then I'll use my phone for the Bluetooth answering and stuff. It's like learning your equipment. It says, okay, what works? I remember the first time driving the car, it had a split screen. And I was telling my sister, do you have your phone on? Is it connected to your phone and stuff? She says, no. When you come to an intersection where you have to turn right or left, they'll give you that split screen of an actual picture of what you're coming to. And then you still see the roadway, all right, turn to the right or go left. I didn't know.
Yeah,
I'm from a Volkswagen that was 20 years old. They still had a cassette tape player, and I had when I was driving the what was it? The Mazda? No, it was the Elantra. Okay, so I kept hearing this beep, 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 beep. What is that? He said, "You're going too far over the lanes. You know, when you go left to right." And then I said, "Is there something wrong with the left turn signal because it's still on?" And he says, "No, those little lights tell you that in your blind side there's a car there." See, stuff like that, I think is fantastic, but I didn't know.
Very complicated, isn't it?
Yeah.
Randall, in the last car that I rented when I was in California, it actually was, if you step a little bit out of your lane and somebody's coming, or you're backing up and somebody come behind, it actually vibrating your ass. You get and say, what the hell is going on here with this car?
Are you sure that was the car?
I'm pretty sure. It's actually a big joke aside, but because it took me by surprise. You rent a car, you don't know what you're going to get, correct? But it's certainly for somebody falling to sleep or something. That thing will wake you up for sure.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna pick on Randall a little bit quick. So take this in fun, Randall. I'm going to say the reason Randall is so amazed by all these technology in a car is because he's bought so much camera equipment. He finally traded in his Model T and got a car, because he didn't have the money before, he was all spent on camera gear. So now he finally got a new car and he doesn't know what to do with it.
And Randall, one of these days you're going to pick one of those, those either a car crash in front of you or a comet coming into the earth, and then you will be the only footage that you have when you.
Well, see, what I like is, all right, the Z8. All right.
Okay.
I love the ZF, and I love my ZFC, but I think this is the perfect camera right here, the Z8. I tried the S5 II. I got it. I got the R6 Mark II from Canon. I got it. They don't overheat because one has a fan and the other one doesn't need it, but it only has SD cards. This one gives me a hot card warning, but it's never overheated. But on my ZF, even if it's metal, I think it's the leather coating that they put on the camera. So I see the thermometer come on after like 35 minutes, whatever, turns yellow, then red, and then you start seeing the bar go to the right. So you have to worry about stuff like that. I had a ZVE 10 overheated. And I just got done describing how great this camera was, that it never overheated. And sure enough, it shut down.
It must have heard you.
Well, the problem is, Randall, you're shooting in an area where your average daily temperature is so much higher than how they rate those cameras. And that's why they're overheating.
And plus the fact that it's kind of like a magnifying glass on the dashboard with that front windshield. That's true. Yeah.
So your camera's probably, when you got 110 degree or 120 degree Fahrenheit day and you got it sitting on the dash, that camera's ready to catch on fire.
Well, now in this
So Randall, how do you attach the camera? How do you attach the camera to your?
All right. So I have a low joystick. Okay. And so you take this video joystick. It's all metal, rubber feet, doesn't move, built like a tank. Now, I don't use their ball head because it's I can bend it left and right. So I use the ProMaster ball head, which is much better. And so with my dash, it goes down. And right at the driver's well, where all your information is, like the gas, what mode you're in driving and stuff like that. So it's kind of like something like this, all right? And then the ball head's pointing that way,
Oh,
And that way,
That's hilarious.
Yeah, perfect timing. Yes,
You
and
know
Jay,
what that
once
is?
all the time it's been on
on
there, it happens.
Z62, that goes
Right
to
on
sleep.
cue.
Yeah, the Z62 goes to sleep. So that's the only other thing I don't like about that. But yeah, it's like this, and then the ball head's like that.
Okay.
But, yeah. You just make it work. I've seen people use the suction cups, and I tried that one time, and the camera fell off. And I tried mounting it one time on my roof, and that wasn't a good idea.
No.
Because what was happening was it was focusing on the rains. When the rain hits your windshield, leaves spots. So it was focusing on that instead of the road. So with trial and error, I've tried. I even had a tripod in the front seat, and that was okay for a while. But I just moved it closer, and then I found the best spot.
So
you're
you need to make a video.
Look at the rigs that you're going to have to look at the rigs that that people that do live action movies use when they attach cameras to the cars and see what they buy, and you're going to have to get something like that to put on your vehicle.
Well, big suction cups.
I think you need a stripper pole. It's just mounted to the floor in the ceiling. You can clamp it to that.
With or without the stripper.
Randall, you need to make a video on how to attach a camera, a full body, mirrorless camera to the car.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I've done a couple of those.
Okay.
I need to it. All right. But I met a guy at Best Buy that has a great following on Instagram, and I'm trying to get him on YouTube. He uses his cell phone and a certain camera that he has, and he is sticking him. So he has his friend driving the car. He's sticking himself out of the window, and he's holding the camera like this, for instance, like this. So it'd be on Instagram. Okay.
How many cameras he go through doing that?
But the thing is, I would never do that, but he gets some great shots.
Yeah, until that bird hit him in the head, almost took him out. Oh my God. Yeah, it's some things people do. They don't realize that eventually something happens and they'll say, why did I ever do that?
But he gets phone calls from people that, hey, I want you to film my car, and it's all decked out with lights and LEDs and stuff like that, and he'll do it. So,
what now? What the person could do is you take a monopod, okay?
Yeah.
You mount your camera on the monopod, and you hang your monopod over the side of the car. And you have your screen tilted up, and you do it that way. That would be safer. You're not hanging your body out. You just got your hands sticking out. You're kind of looking down at the viewfinder. You do it that way. Less chance of like death and destruction.
Well, you see, that's what I was discussing with him. Is like I can see it now. Two scenarios. One is, all right, he's looking back, his friend is driving, and then his friend runs into another car to the side or something, and it gets hit in the back of the head. The other one is remember that famous movie with what's his name? He played Clouseau, all right? And he went into a hotel and he wanted to the guy says, can I take your coat? Can I take your suitcase and stuff? He put on his hat, got in his car, and he took off. And Clouseau lost everything. So I'm thinking you hold your camera out, and I could see someone coming by and just grab the camera or the pole and run off with it. So not only that, you can drop it, and then that's expensive loss right there.
Stick up through the sunroof.
Let's just say goodnight to Jeff and Leslie. Are taking off. Happy New Year, guys. I hope you have a good holiday. And
good night, Jeff and Leslie.
Keep doing what you're doing, guys. Doing nice stuff. We appreciate it.
Randall, you got some rear view mirrors on your car that you could probably, get rid of those and just screw your camera into those.
Yeah.
You got one on each side, one in the middle. You got 3 mount points right there.
Well, I did one video where I had all 3 going at one time. So I had one in the front, one looking at me, and one in the rear looking out. And one in the rear overheated because the sun was back there.
Yeah.
And then, what was it? One that was looking at me, I hit a bump and that fell out. So I couldn't reach over it. So the only thing that was working was one in the front. And I said, okay, I'll just keep that footage.
So that video of you then when it fell down is you're going like this.
Well, I got about 5 or 6 videos where you see that when I hit the bump, the camera flies in the air and I catch it. Right?
Oh,
Is that
my
real?
God.
You're going to have to hire a someone, a shooter to film while you're driving. To film you while you're driving.
So they got the Insta360 or whatever that you can put in, and you can do that too. And then you just sync up the videos. But I don't know how long the video will last on that.
Or you got to switch to GoPros. You got to switch to something that's very small and light. You know, use GoPros in the car. They don't weigh anything. They're not going to fall off. And they do decent video.
Yeah. But those are made for that, correct? Those GoPros, that's so light that with these suction cups that they have, you don't have any problem, correct?
Yeah. I mean, my friend Bob, who you guys know, drove thousands and thousands of miles filming with a GoPro mounted on his motorcycle helmet for years and years and years. He never wiped one out, never had one fall off. It's got beautiful footage of all these scenic drives through Nova Scotia and everywhere where he would go. And all GoPro footage. All looks very good. All looks good.
It's using your head.
Using your head, yeah.
Exactly. But a C8 or a C9 on your head will look a little bit different.
We got T-Mid in the house. Let's say hi to T-Mid. How you doing?
We just released a video while we were watching this.
Exactly. Hi, Timmy.
He says 2024 will be 39 years worth of Nikon.
Yeah. Boy, that's
exactly. GoPros are good.
Or real Nikon lovers saying that 39 years for him worth of Nikon. Now you're showing your age there, Jim. You don't want to really do that. Although you're in fine company with those of us that are on the panel, especially now that little Joey's gone. The kid on the block is gone, so you're in good company now.
I've got older cameras than 39 years.
Yeah, I smoked 3
older Nikons.
Yeah, it's funny how the old cameras hold up better than our not as old bodies do.
Yeah, pity, isn't it? I'd love to be in as good a condition as some of my cameras.
Yeah, I didn't really find much of anything else. I mean, Fuji Rumors basically had nothing. Sony Rumors, the only thing Sony Rumors didn't even have really. I'm surprised because obviously a certain content creator was doing, I believe, talking about the Sony A9 III, comparing it, I guess, in some way, shape, or form with the Canon R3. I didn't watch the video. I don't watch that particular person on YouTube, but I would have thought that Sony Rumors would have had a bunch of commentary from apparently some of these content creators that are reviewing and putting videos together, commenting on their camera that's to come out at some point next year, but they did not. The only thing I found that I even wrote down, it has nothing really to do with Sony. It was just they're talking about the Laowa, Laowa 10mm f2.8 lens was coming out for Sony, but it's also coming out for the Nikon Z, Canon RF mount, and the Leica L mount as well. But 10 millimeter f2.8 autofocus full frame lens. I don't know. I could not find. And then it said, "Oh, here's where you can get it from." And I went on all the websites that they said you could get it from, and nobody actually showed it yet with a price. So I have no idea how much it costs. Couldn't find out. I try guys to find out the pricing information, because a lot of this stuff in the rumor channels, they'll talk about something and they don't tell you how much it costs, and I'll go and I'll dig a little further, and at least I try to get you the cost so you have an idea of what this stuff is going to go for. And sometimes the link tells you what it's going to cost, and sometimes there's no information.
Well, that's the one thing that surprised me about the ZF is the price that they put. So I thought they would put it like in the $2,500, and then they were going to make the Z6 III in the $3,000 range. But I was quite impressed that they put it at $2,000. Australian
for the money.
Canada also. So
yeah, I mean we'll see if the Z6 III sticks to that rumored 2,500. I mean, typically when they roll the rev of the camera, they try really, really hard to keep it priced very close to the previous version. They don't want people to all of a sudden have sudden chest pains with sticker shock, from something that they bought, 3 or 4 years before. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. I mean, I think they have to do it that way, because then you got to assume that if they do a Z7 III, that it's going to be, $500 more than that. And you have to have everything segmented, and you have to have incremental cost increases as you go from the low end of the product line to the high end of the product line. So I think they almost have to price it at that 2,500, but you never know. I mean,
it makes more sense where they just have the XP7 processor, and then everything else is the same. Like what, 24.5, like the ZF. The only difference is this one has a CF Express card, an SD, and then maybe some more enhancements. Then it's $2,500.
2 USB ports.
And I'm sure that I'm sure, Randall, that for the people that write the firmware, having the same processor help them with coding everything on the camera. So it makes sense that it will have that will be the processor for this generation until a few years from now. I don't know how many years, maybe a couple of years from now, they come with another processor.
Roy, question for you. I know you'll know this because you're a Flash guy. On the Sony, when Sony switched to that, what they call it, the intelligent hot shoe. What makes it intelligent? It just supplies power for a microphone.
The hot shoe can pair a microphone and a few other gadgets. It's no big. It's more trouble than it's worth. Mine failed within a few weeks.
So I guess my question is then, because they're doing that, is it dangerous if you don't have a protective cover on it in the rain if you're not using it? Do you have contacts that have juice on it all the time?
I don't think it's a danger because the juice is so low, but there's a lot more to go wrong with that hot shoe than there is with a normal, simple hot shoe. I'd rather go simple and reliable myself.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think my A7 hot shoe worked for very long.
So you think the general impression of having gone to something different like that wasn't necessarily a good thing?
It's probably as good as their CFA cards. Probably the same guy thought of it.
It makes sense to a degree, right? It makes sense to a degree, correct? Because it's part of the evolution. When the cameras, the film cameras, and also the DSLR, nobody was taking sound. So having the ability to connect to your microphone.
Other cameras got microphone imports.
Well, exactly, but
which is probably more flexible anyway. So
but the microphone. But in all the cameras that we have, the Nikon, you have to have a connection cable into the mic jack. That
Yeah, that's right.
is, I think the Sony solution honestly looks a little bit
It's
more
more
logical
neat.
at this moment.
It's more neat, but it's less modular in that if that port goes wrong, you've got a lot of things that have gone wrong.
Yeah.
Whereas if you got a separate microphone cable, it's going to be more reliable.
Well, Canon has that same one too. I
Mm.
think the R7, R6 II, the newer one. I don't know about the R3.
Where is it? Where's my A7? I've got an A7 here somewhere in bits.
In bits.
Oh, it's here somewhere. It never worked for very long.
You'll have to do a video tearing that apart like you did the F to Z adapter.
I had to see what was inside it.
Well, that's what you got. See, that's what you got to do with the. I'm going to get crap for this one. That's what you got to do with taking the Sony apart. So when you open it up, we make sure there's no Lego blocks in it.
But those refinements, correct? Having better Wi-Fi or being able to use, the less things that you have to hang around and open a little door to plug in, they all make sense to me, right?
Yeah, it's neater and it's probably better to control the mod. I think it's just Sony trying to make everyone else go away. They're just trying to sell their own gear more than everyone else is. More than it is trying to improve on it.
Well, I think too because they have a video line, they can try to trickle down stuff that might be native to their video cameras that aren't in the hybrid cameras yet, and see what they can get away with trying to move it into the camera, the hybrid camera mode for an advantage, for a marketing advantage. Because obviously, they're trying to use, and rightfully so. I mean, if I worked for Sony, I would do the same thing. They're trying to use a marketing advantage of the A9 III being able to sync the flash at 1/80,000th of a second as a marketing move. Now,
Flash will sync at that.
Yeah, so one has to say, in reality, does that matter a hill of beans? Yes or no? And only each individual can decide whether they think it is really that big of an advantage for that particular shutter speed. It's an advantage for more realistic shutter speeds. I don't know that it makes sense at 1/80,000th of a second, but
I can't see
it's a bragging point, right?
I'll fix it in a minute.
Yeah. Everybody has to have their that one or two things that they build up on every camera, and sometimes it's justifiable and sometimes it's questionable.
But Sony seems to do some strange things regularly, like smart media cards. Remember them? They came and went. Memory sticks.
Oh yeah.
Now they're on Combat CFA cards. Absolutely ridiculous. And I don't know. There must be someone at Sony that hates Sony really bad.
Yeah, the innovation always comes with a risk. That's the reality.
Is it innovation, or is it just trying to squeeze out everyone else?
No, part of that too. But I mean, they try to differentiate from it, correct? So, but you can see it also on the phones, correct? Some, Apple is not particularly the first one that come to the new technology in many cases, but they try to see what the market appreciate, and then they try to perfect it. Correct? That's their strategy, right?
Sony has a habit of buying companies that do a job really well, like they built Minolta and got their AF and all their camera tech before they built out their own camera. that before they brought out phones, they brought Ericsson, which was a very big phone company.
Yeah.
So they know what they're doing most of the time.
I read a lengthy editorial. I don't recall from whom. I randomly get into this mode where I want to learn more about a certain camera brand, or I want to, I'm a big Minolta camera fan. I'm not. I always loved Minolta cameras, so I found an article somebody wrote about Minolta, and it was quite lengthy, and I read it. And what was interesting is they said that. And Minolta had good glass, and I don't think they got enough credit for their optics.
Yeah, they did.
Minolta had very good glass, and in the article, the person who wrote it made a comment that when Sony had bought Minolta, that there were formulas for glass for lenses that had not yet been produced, and that everything was so well done that they did not make any changes to those formulations or whatever, and they made those lenses based on everything that the Minolta people had put together, and that was like their first 10 lenses or whatever they came out with were basically based on completely unchanged formulations for those lenses because they were so good. And Minolta really, I think a lot of professional photographers considered them to be the amateur photographer specialists, that they didn't have serious pro bodies. But the XD11 was, if not the first camera, one of the first cameras that had full manual, aperture priority and shutter priority modes, and program modes. It had everything in it, and there were other cameras from the other brands that weren't there. There were some stuff in Minolta cameras that didn't get put in other brands for like till 10 years later. I mean, it's just that they didn't get I don't know. They just did not. To me, their marketing was not necessarily. We complain about Nikon's marketing at times, but I think Minolta's marketing. I remember when I was a kid, they used to do the commercials. They'd say, "Only from the mind of Minolta," and that was during the days when they had Andre Agassi or somebody doing commercials for Canon cameras back in the day, but. They didn't necessarily advertise their unique engineering feats in their camera models that they should have, and they remind me like of NASA. I mean, I did a lot of work for NASA in my last job, and I think NASA is the worst have the worst marketing and PR department ever created. Because everybody's
groups now. It's not one company anymore. It's just little groups of people all fighting for the money.
I mean, they're horrible. I mean, they do a very poor job of saying in spending, billions of dollars or whatever to go here or go to have a space station or go to the moon or do this or do that. What people can't associate how that benefited mankind. And there were always products or even medicinal things. When they do experiments up in space, they do science experiments, they come up with creating new compounds or things up there, because being in the zero gravity scenario or whatever, they could come up with stuff that they can bring back and then replicate on Earth that benefit people, but they do a very piss poor job of relaying that information to the general public. So people just say, well, I don't know why we spend all the money to go there, because what do I get out of it? Yeah. Well, you got stuff out of it, but you don't, like memory foam. Okay. Where do you think memory foam came from? All these great beds that everybody sleeps on, and the memory foam went into fighter pilots' seats and everything. That was all developed by NASA. that's where memory foam came from, but most people don't know that. But they do a horrible job of marketing, and I think that might be in part something that really hurt Minolta was they did not do a good enough job marketing their unique skill set and features that they had literally a decade before before Nikon or Canon.
Well, and Jeff, I mean, and big corporations, there is a lot of groups and technology teams that there is a lot of internal politics, correct? I mean, and that has led to the downfall of companies, correct? I mean, we do know that, for instance, Kodak and digital cameras, correct? Actually, Kodak and Fuji were the first ones to develop digital cameras that were practical, correct?
Yeah.
Before Canon and Nikon, or the Xerox company, correct, develop all the kind of technology that eventually went into the Macintosh, correct, and PCs. So there is the history is full of technology bodies, correct, that have been basically misused in different companies or governmental institutions like NASA, correct?
Yeah.
But in the case of NASA, is to a degree is not, it's more understandable because those scientists there, that's not their objective, correct? To PR is to develop product for their own research, correct? But in cases like Xerox or Kodak or Fuji, that was crazy. Somebody there at the highest level did not know which team to support. Okay? Didn't understand their own creation, the potential, correct?
Well, it's when you look at go look at photographic history, which I do a lot, is there was a lot of dirty pool that went on in the early 1900s.
Oh,
I mean, there were, I mean, just like today, how the big guys swallow up the little guy. The little guy came out with something really good and it's really hot and everybody wants it. And then the big guy gobbles up the little guy because they want to take advantage of that technology. And they can afford to just gobble them up. And that happened like crazy in the early 1900s. I mean,
still does.
the Zeiss Icon series of old bellows cameras bought out. They bought the shutter manufacturer, and they bought out all the small companies that were making similarly looking products to them. And they would buy them all up because they wanted to be like the main guy. They wanted to be the main guy. And even Kodak played some dirty pool because Kodak technically was not the first company that came up with film. They were the first ones to patent it. But there was some dirty pool that went on. They weren't the first ones that developed the film emulsions, and then they actually got sued, and they had to pay what was a lot of money back then. But when you think about it, I'm not sure if it was Agfa. I can't remember, Ilford. There was another film company actually was there, had it first. Kodak basically copied the formula, snuck things through the patent office quicker. They produced it and got the machines manufactured quicker to be able to make the product, and they became world famous. And the guys that really came out with it first were kind of taken care of in an underhanded way, was not done really the right way. And there was actually a lawsuit that went on for over 20 years before Kodak had to pay out the lawsuit. It cost them $20 million or something. That was a lot of money back then. But you think of it now, they lose the case, but it wasn't like, okay, you can't make film anymore because you stole that or whatever. They just paid a fine, and they were able to keep on going, and then they became the juggernaut that they were. And basically $20 million, when you look at decade after decade after decade having a monopoly on film, $20 million was nothing, or whatever it was that they had to pay out was nothing compared to the money that they made over.
There is a lot of issue with patents, as we know, correct?
Oh yeah.
You said the other day, actually, for once, maybe in the 19th century and the 18th century, or in the beginning of the 20th century, there was a lot of patent war, but filing a patent wasn't as complicated as it is today, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, at one point, as you know, Jeff, I work in a technology team for a lot of my later part of my career. A lot of companies, correct, put patents when you come with something just to protect that it cannot be blocked by somebody else, correct? When you want, these are patents that are not made to manufacture something. Is that because you want to use the discovery of that or that technology, and you don't want others to block you in the future, correct?
Oh, right. Yeah. You patent it even though you may never use it, because you don't want anybody else to be able to use it either.
Exactly, or to block it in that respect, but also for them not to block others to develop so that you can use it, correct? In my industry, we wanted to use the new technology, but we don't want a company A or B saying, no, this is exclusive for us. We want the technology to be in the market. So sometimes, and those patents, correct, when they have to be filed in Europe and North America and Japan and in India and China, they cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, correct? So there is no way of patenting, for the little guys, correct? Yep. Patent is a business of big companies. For the patent to be, they have patent lawyers and people that's a business, correct?
Yeah.
I put up Scuba Ozzy's YouTube channel since he is in the house, and I figured, say hello to him and wish you a happy new year. And we'll throw up your YouTube channel here so people could jot it down and check out your work, because we love what you send in for the photo reviews. And you should be applauded for your efforts and recognized for your efforts. So, folks, please check out his channel. I think you'll really enjoy it. And he has a very creative mind, and does a lot of different things that most of us would never bother to take the time to try. Because we probably feel that we would fail miserably anyway, so we don't do it. But he manages to pull it off. So I applaud his efforts. Do you guys have any let's say, not necessarily cameras, but supporting, whether it be like software or things that support photography, that you're looking into or looking at, maybe, making a change with what software you use to process your images or your videos or anything like that? Are any of you guys thinking of trying anything different or switching over to anything else?
I'm getting too old to learn a new program. I'm sticking to Photoshop.
Well, I was looking at Final Cut Pro. I was looking at the DaVinci Resolve, and I don't know. That stuff puts me to sleep. I mean, I'm not into photography. I'm more into video, but I don't know. You get to the point where I think I would rather shoot the stuff and then give it to someone to edit it and then have them put it out. What do you think?
That's the easy way. That's more fun.
I'm typing something for someone right now, so I'm kind of like half listening. So I'm going to let you guys comment.
My video editor is about 30 years old, so it's probably time for an update.
Yeah, I think in the video area, Randall, I still have a lot to learn. So I hope some of you are kind of pioneer. I have Final Cut Pro, and I eventually when I do my trips, I take a short clip of video, but I haven't been able yet to put myself on into the mode of making videos regularly. That's actually one of the things that I want to do also next year, to use all of those video clips. Because taking the video clip is the easy part, correct? Jeff will tell me that it's
Oh,
just
yeah.
putting it together, and even with the music, even without
Yeah.
narration. So I admire what you guys do. So I take the video clips and they stay on my drive, correct? But I need to do something with them as well. So that's a resolution for me, trying to put some of the videos together. So I take my hat off some of you that do that.
Well, like Dwayne Patton or even um, Matt, from Australia. I like the way they interject the video with the photographs. Even Phil Thatch, I love watching him. Even Z Wade, all right. So they add the music and stuff. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But then I look at, well, if you buy this service, so that's more money for this service. There's more money for this Photoshop or Lightroom and stuff. And then you start pulling, man, so that's why I hesitate. So I go to YouTube, get their free music. I go to Ecamm Live Pro, and then I stop the video and I interject some pictures and stuff. And the most comments I get is, you need to do more than classical music, or just try to get a little bit more modern. But
yeah, it's unfortunately, unless you want to pay for the $27 a month prescription for music, then you end up using some of those places that do those subscription apps have a very, very, very limited selection of free music, like you said, is all classical or instrumentals, and then now there are some free and free music that you can use that's buried into YouTube itself. There's you can go into YouTube and there's but it's the same deal. It'll say, maybe it'll say, pop or classic or instrumental or whatever. And I believe me, I've spent sometimes, 4 hours like going through the list and clicking on songs that had a description that I thought might sound good to use on some of my videos. And I'll play like the first 20 seconds of it and I'll say, oh no, I ain't using that one. Because when you're not, it's one thing if you're gathering an income from what you're doing, but if you're not, okay, $20 a month for the to do the streaming service, let's say, okay, not the highest end package, but one in the middle, maybe $20 or $25 a month, whatever it is. And then, okay, now if I'm doing my videos, do I want to subscribe for those better songs that I could use? Oh, $27 a month or $300 a year or whatever. And it's really, really hard to suck it up and decide to do that if you're not bringing anything in.
Right.
It's you're just.
It's worse when you buy a lifetime lifetime thing and they go out of business.
Yeah.
Or change their policy.
Or they're bought out by another company and then.
That's right, and you lose everything.
Yeah.
FYI to those in the chat, Mozman has a video coming out right after the end of the show at 2 a.m. If we're not going to start the conversation all over again, but if you want to know what it's about, watch the beginning of the show if you were not here for the beginning of the show. But below is his YouTube channel being scrolled across the bottom of the screen. So you know where to go. after the show if you're in a time zone where you aren't already ready to pass out after we sign off.
Yeah, I did schedule it, so it's going live at 11 p.m. PST. So.
Yeah, but talking about the subscriptions and processing of the photo side, correct? Yes, Photoshop and Lightroom and those. I mean, I don't know what is your experience, but I'm being bombarded nowadays, by Adobe asking, trying to convince me to upgrade to the big package, correct?
Yeah.
Yep, that's what they want. More money.
Exactly. So, and I can understand that the big package makes sense for some people, but certainly I don't even use Lightroom because I am more of a Adobe Camera Raw and Photoshop, right?
Yeah, I like Photoshop.
So actually, that's a good value for money for the whatever $12 a month. But I'm not prepared to pay the $60 a month for the full Adobe.
Well, yeah, you get the Lightroom Classic or
No.
standalones, and then
No, I won't pay for those high-end ones either. I don't need it. And
Exactly.
and the thing is, like, I know, like Wayne, I don't know if he does it on all his videos. I wouldn't think that he does, not for YouTube. I mean, maybe he does it if he's doing something for a client. Let's say if he found somebody that wants him to do a video for something. But when you get into shooting your video in RAW format, okay, if you start getting into all those different LUTs and all those different things that are, I'd say, non-standard, you start going down that using cinematic features, and all these things. You're using that. Tim, you're going to have to help me. I'm trying to think of the other. I mean, I use Final Cut Pro, but I'm trying to think of the other.
Oh,
brand.
DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci Resolve. You have to have an extremely high-end computer to use DaVinci Resolve. So that is probably better, a better software package if you're going to get into using all these custom LUTs and different and using raw files and whatnot. But the bottom line is the time, your editing time. You get into color grading and you're doing all this. The editing time just gets so huge that for just putting something together for YouTube, it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, it is requiring you to buy a software package that's probably more money than you want to spend. It's requiring you to have a much higher end computer than you probably want to buy. And it's a memory hog, and you're going to have huge amount. If you're doing 8K video, hang on to your wallet for the size of your hard drive storage that you're going to need for all these files if you're going to keep them. So what doesn't ever get discussed, which drives me nuts, and it's not discussed for a reason, is no one, like when I did that discussion on the CFEB 4.0 cards last week or the week before, nobody sits there and looks at the cause and effect. Somebody tries to sell you on, oh, you could do 8K 30 on this camera. That's the cat's meow. You got to do it. It's the marketing push. That's what makes this camera so great. The only one that can process 8K, internal or blah, blah, blah. And everybody gets all jumpy and happy and everything. It's like, well, you're jumpy and happy until you go to do it and realize all the things you got to buy to make it happen. Then you're not jumping. You're only jumping because your wife is kicking you in the behind for spending all the money you had to spend to be able to do it. So that's what drives me nuts is nobody out there is looking at this new piece of technology and how it ripples through your whole process. How does it affect your whole process flow? How does it affect all the supporting equipment that you use in your personal space for photography, so that people really get an understanding? Do you really want to get excited about 8K video, or would you be excited about 8K video if you know you got to buy the $350 or $400, or maybe you can't even buy the package, you have to pay so much a month for the package, like forever and ever and ever, amen, and you need a better monitor, and you need a better computer, and you need a bigger hard drive, and you need bigger cards to go in your camera, and you add all that up, and you're like, my God, I just spent $8,000 on supporting equipment to be able to do that 8K stuff. You know,
that's even if your camera has a throughput to make use of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad because we're all getting suckered into thinking that you got to do it this way because this is the best way and this gives you the best output and all sorts of stuff. But it's like, okay, I could edit, I could do an acceptable. I'm not saying it's not prize winning. I'm not getting paid for it. I'm not trying to do National Geographic videos. I'm trying to do decent content, but I could do a 30-minute video, and I may spend between conceptualizing in my mind what I want to use for content, what I want to put in, what videos I want to add, putting in the music, putting in my voiceovers, talking about it. I'll be honest, if I do a 30-minute video, I mean, I could spend 8 hours or more thinking out the process, mentally coming up with a script, doing all that stuff. Now, if I wanted to get into all this fancy color grading and improve my dynamic range of my video and make it look like the Sound of Music's going to come on your screen or something, and Julie Andrews is going to sing for you, and maybe that 8-hour task is going to take me 2 days or more.
And then you don't have time to take more pictures.
And then, and then you're not doing what you want to do.
That's right.
So I just wish that there'd be somebody out there that would have a channel to really talk about the cause and effect of technology and how it affects everyone, because then maybe you're not buying that latest and greatest camera because you're not going to use that. You realize you can't afford to support that capability, and you don't need that capability. You buy 2 models down, and it's more than good enough for what you want to do. You don't need to have the flagship at the top of the lineup. But of course, everybody, whether it's a software company or a camera company, they're all marketing to make you feel like if you don't have that, you're not in the click, man. You're not with it. You're behind the times. You really got to get on the ball here and buy this thing.
Well, and Jeff, the way technology developed, correct? It's sometimes, there are changes, correct? We have been living through this mirrorless revolution. So if we wanted to adopt that, we needed to change not only the cameras, but also the lenses to have a system, even with the adapters and the backward compatibilities, correct? But that means that there is a way in which that technology reach a plateau, correct? I think, talking about 24 and 25, I think these mirrorless cameras are getting mature, and the new mounts for the mirrorless camera getting mature enough that we are in a creeping curve. Actually, I was surprised the other day. I was watching Richie, Matt, and Seth, right? That they were talking about. Obviously, Richie has some. He worked for Nikon, correct? So he cannot say much. But you were seeing they know that they were struggling, but they were basically didn't have a clear vision, and these are people that live 24/7 this of what's coming up. That tells me that the technology is mature enough that there is no obvious changes, correct?
Well, or they've signed they got the NDAs in their face and they
No,
can't talk about it.
Oh, of course. In the case of
Yeah.
Richie, we understand.
Yeah.
I mean, because Richie is an employee, he
Right.
cannot tell you even if he knows. But
Yeah.
but you can see even when they saw the Z63 is not a new technology wave. It's part of the technology we have. Correct. All these new Z lenses are there. Correct. So that's why I think we all have to concentrate more into creating videos or creating photography, because I think as we have gone a different pace through this migration, we basically have equipment that is going to serve us well for the next 3-4 years. Correct? Like Jeff, I know that's your case and mine. I didn't buy every new Nikon camera that was coming in the market. I buy one, and I waited at least one generation before I bought another one. Correct?
Yeah.
Because I didn't see that much differentiation between the model that I have and the next model, right? And that's why my forecast is that we're going to see basically no dramatic changes, but basically updates on the technology that we have, correct?
Well, I think it's I just had a brain fart. Sorry, lost my train of thought. What I was going to say. This is what happens, man. When you get older, you just like all of a sudden the light bulb just dims real fast.
but I mean, we have been all talking implicitly this one here, correct? More megapixels. Well, maybe that megapixel race is over. Frame per second. Well, maybe that is over 2, correct?
Yeah.
Better autofocus. Well, the autofocus we have is pretty good, okay? So you start counting what you already have. There is lesser amount of things, correct? That are there to be improved on until somebody comes with something dramatically different. Even what we were talking about, even the global shutter is part of the evolution, okay?
Yeah.
Now there are still innovation that can happen, correct? But it's not a new wave of innovation, correct?
Right. To me, like when my light bulb went back on again, by the way. But the thing is, like I get in the advertising, and it's all it's all advertising. Obviously, you get all the YouTubers who are associated with a brand, and maybe they get some money from a brand, and they got to use I hate the term game changer. I absolutely hate the overuse of the word game changer. To me, a game changer was going away from film to digital.
That's right.
That was a game changer. Maybe when Nikon came out with the first full frame digital sensor.
Exactly.
That was a game changer.
Minolta autofocus, correct?
Right. Yeah, and Minolta coming out with the first autofocus SLR, that was a game changer. But every single thing that gets improved doesn't fall into that category, and it's being abused like crazy because there's evolutionary changes and there's truly
revolutionary
changes, and
exactly.
and that line is getting really blurry because they want you to think that everything that gets changed is like we we just invented the phone or something, I get a little tired of it.
Exactly.
But they need to, like you said, look at what Nikon's done versus a different camera company who I won't name. Nikon with the Z9 anyway. I feel like I basically, in the old days, from when the Z9 first came out to what the Z9 is now, in the old days, I would have had to buy 2 more cameras to get where the Z9 is now. and we got all that changed for free with firmware upgrades. Now there's other camera companies that obviously are very more restrictive on what they do with their firmware upgrades, or if they do firmware upgrades at all. And their approach is, in my opinion, throw out another model camera. If you want the latest and greatest, you got to buy the next model camera that just came out, because you're not going to get it in a firmware upgrade. It could be a firmware upgrade, but it's not going to be a firmware upgrade. It's going to be another camera body. So you got to just and Fuji was always a company, and they're getting a little bit of flack from their loyal followers that they feel that they've slowed down a little bit with their firmware upgrades, but they were the first ones that really took care of their base very well with firmware upgrades. And then I think Nikon understood the benefit of what Fuji was doing, and then they took it a step above even. But there are others that are very reluctant to do it at all, unless it's to actually fix a bug problem.
Well, and I think where we are now today at the end of 2023, correct, is that we reach a point where this generation of camera, the mirrorless camera, is mature enough that, and we can ask Roy, that we go back to the situation we were before, that, you buy lenses, correct? You buy the lenses that you want because they're going to serve you for a longer time, and then you change the camera, correct? We don't have to be in that frantic mode that we need
lenses used to
and
be
cameras.
forever, and cameras were just something that come out every so often.
Exactly. Right.
Right. If you went and took and we've had this conversation with Roy 100 times, and we'll probably have it 100 more times, is the next thing, which they're not focusing on, or many of them are not focusing on, is put 16 bits in a hybrid camera to improve the dynamic range.
I'd like that. I really would.
Instead of worrying about megapixels, where you have a limited, basically you go over that 50 megapixel sensor, you got diffraction problems, you got other issues, okay, that lower the benefit of having more megapixels. It turns into a hindrance rather than a benefit. Improve your bit rate, improve 16 bits, improve
dynamic range,
improve your dynamic range. That should be what they are focusing on to really pull people in. And for some reason, that's not the rate they're going. I mean, there are advantages to the global shutter. There are true advantages to the global shutter. The amount of people that benefit from those improvements are a small percentage of photographers. I would argue in terms of saying, when you look at Sony's own, I've read Sony's own write-up on that camera, and the reviewers and people are saying, well, you won't have any problem with what they call it, banding, or you won't have any issues due to different types of lighting in your scene. But Sony says right in their own documentation that it will eliminate most of it. It does not say it will eliminate it all completely, but it's being talked as if it's the cure-all for everything, that you won't have any problems with different type sources of lighting in your image if you're doing concert photography or whatever. But Sony themselves don't even say that. But that's what people are saying when they're talking about the camera. And then but the global shutter is going to help people that do flash photography. Mm-hmm. There's no doubt about that there is improvement. It's better than high-speed sync. You're going to get full power. You're going to get better, it's going to be better in terms of having utilizing the power of your flash unit. to your benefit. But like I said, it all depends on what niche or what genre of photography that you do. But it's never, like I said, it's these people aren't stupid. It's all marketing, but you have to try to, you almost have to be, I don't want to say think as a negative thinking person, but you have to like almost like don't trust what any of them, Nikon, any of them say. Don't trust what any of them say. Look hard and fast when the real specs come out and try to get an understanding of what that new technology does, and then look at what you do for your hobby and what genre you shoot and say, are those improvements, do I need them? Will I benefit from those new improvements enough where I want to lay out $6,000?
Yeah. But Jeff, but for me, all those cameras are still part of the same technology wave we are having, correct? It's not a new technology wave. When they change from SLRs, from film to SLRs, correct? To
evolution.
DSLRs, to now mirrorless, those were big changes, correct?
Right.
And those are, because for instance, on the case of the lenses, correct? When they change to these mirrorless cameras, and for us, the Nikon user, from the F to the Z mount, that means that all the new lenses are going to come with new formulations, and the formulations are going to be adapted to be working better with this new camera, correct?
Right.
That's a big wave.
Right.
Global shutter, or improvement in the flash photo will be welcome, but it's part of the same wave, okay? And that's what when I was watching this guy, I don't see anything in the horizon that is the next wave, or we don't see it yet. Maybe it comes. So for us at this moment, correct, here among ourselves, I think, and Escobarasi was referring to that, what we want is to improve our field craft, correct? Being better for understanding whatever we do.
I think you did that by accident, didn't
Exactly.
you?
Hey, I have my own effects.
Yeah.
And, I do it to my Mac, and it must be something you have to set because it doesn't do it for me.
So something that you have to enable.
Maybe I got to go this way.
Hey, I had never done that, so I don't know what happened. But what I'm saying is, you see it.
What if I try this?
It's field craft. I mean, doing what you love. Correct. That's the thing that we always talk about here. You want to be good at something, do what you love. Correct. That's why people that don't do wildlife photography don't understand that we like nature and wildlife better than, or in addition to photography. You can never be a good wildlife photographer. You don't like animals, correct? If you are not have good rapport with people, you cannot be a wedding photographer, correct? I mean, it comes with the territory, okay? So like I think Escobarasi was saying, if they give you a better pen, you're not going to be write a better poem. You have to have some sensitivities to whatever you like. So that's what I said to young people: do whatever you love, and you can, and then you will be eventually successful because you become a little bit obsessive to trying to improve your craft. So for us at this moment, is improving our field craft, correct? In whatever type of thing you do.
Well, it's like I think I told you guys I spent a lot of time researching whether I wanted to start. I had a business at one time in Connecticut, photography, and then my dad had health problems, and I had to be around a lot more to help him out, and so that never really took off. And then I thought about doing it when I moved down here and being retired, having more theoretically having more time to think about things like that. But then you instead of being able to focus on the craft of capturing images, if you have to be your own marketing guy and your own salesman and your own web designer and your own this, that, and the other. Then all of a sudden you're 70% of your time is to have the business, and maybe if you're lucky 30% of your time is taking pictures. And
Exactly.
I would rather have 100% of my time being the pictures. So the way I looked at it is I look at my journey right now is I'm trying to do what I like. I'm creating I'm creating a database of my work. Okay, I'm creating and saving my journey. And if some point in my life I'm not able to actively shoot anymore, then that's maybe when I sit back and I say, okay, now maybe I'll do a business, because I'm not able to do the picture taking as much. So now I'm okay looking at my historical tens of thousands of images or hundreds of thousands of images or whatever I have, and say, now it's time to sit down and try to sell some of these suckers. And then you flip the other way, but it's all timing, right? It's all when you think you could do it, but to try to do it when you still have that passion to go out and shoot and lay in the dirt or whatever, it's hard to sit there and say I want to sit behind a desk and put my businessman hat on for that period of time, you know.
Business takes all the fun out of photography.
So Rory, question for you, because you have gone through these transitions, certainly on the lenses side, correct? Did you find yourself that, for instance, that you, because we have this recent transition, that you ended now with more desire to buy the lenses that are coming now that they say when it was more steady on the F mount 5 years ago?
I don't think so. If I'm looking at a new lens, it's because what I've got now is not doing the job I want it to do. If I'm looking to enjoy myself, that's the other side of it. I buy a lens because I want a lens to enjoy myself with. But if I'm working, I don't look at a new lens unless the lenses I've got don't do the job that I need them to do. Like, say, the new macro, I've got the old macros, but the new Z macros are much smoother, much quieter.
Exactly.
It's worth buying for work. But I wouldn't buy that for personal use probably, because I'm just as happy with the old ones.
Okay. But something for instance, the plana that is a joy.
It is.
Purchase. It's something you buy for your own satisfaction, correct?
Yeah, that's one for me because it's a special lens, but I've got no other reason to buy it. Like, I don't need it for work. Most people don't need the plana. It's a very arty, personal type lens.
Just call it. I call those artsy fartsy lenses.
Yes. Very special.
Because you have the desire to create something. You have a vision that this will create a type of image that you will like, correct?
Yeah. Whereas if you're working for yourself, you've got to get the image on the sensor as efficiently as you can and get off to them.
Exactly.
The fine details of, can I make it a little bit sharper? Or can I make it a bigger megapixel or something like that is not relevant unless they ask for it.
Well, and in the case of, as we had discussed, for instance, for somebody like me in wildlife photography, is the fact that the lenses now are a lot lighter than the prior generations, right?
I don't think they are. My mirrorless bag's twice the weight of my old
Exactly.
bag.
So as Jeff was saying, as you get older, you want something that allows you to do the same thing that you were doing before, but you don't have the, all the weight and the effort to carry the old lenses. Okay, I mean,
yeah,
and that makes you move into this new wave of lenses.
I know a handful. I won't say a lot. I mean, of course, I don't know a lot of people anyway, but I know a handful of people in the photo club that I that I was I'm still in it, but I'm not, because I'm so busy with all the other stuff. I'm not so active in it anymore. But let's just put it this way: there were a handful of people that loved Micro Four Thirds because of the weight, size, and weight benefit. And they were, you know, maybe 10 years older than me. You know, they're maybe in their, you know, mid 70s or whatever. And for them, they just could not. They had a lot of arthritis or whatever, and they couldn't handle the weight, and they switched to Micro Four Thirds because, hey, you know, and in a way, okay, better to have an option that still keeps you in the game, right?
Exactly.
Being able to capture images.
As long as I enjoy it, who cares?
Right. And then and rather than not be able to do it at all, you know. So you know, we sometimes forget about, we get critical and say, well, you know, you can't, you know, you're not gonna, you know, you don't have the same resolution. Why do you want Micro Four Thirds, or why do you want APS-C? But
we're too focused on technical perfection these days, whereas
right,
getting the image was the more important part.
Right, getting the image and still being able to enjoy the hobby. If you need to have Micro Four Thirds to have that crop factor and have smaller, lighter, shorter lenses and smaller, lighter cameras, and it allows you to do what you love to do, isn't that what it's all about?
Well,
right?
and Jeff, I mean, that's why lenses, like when the 500 PF came out first, correct? That's a tool that enabled a bunch of people to do certain things that were not possible before. Because I could not hold for a long time a 500 f4, correct? You cannot. I saw that in the park. People coming with a 500 and the 600 f4, trying to handheld. You cannot do that. I mean, it's impossible. Now, the 500 PF, yes, you can do it all day. The 600 PF, with all that you give me some grievances, right? And actually, I send you a photo of me taking photos with that one. That 600 PF is a fantastic lens. If somebody was telling me you can go into a boat and taking photo with a 600 millimeter lens while we're watching, it's impossible.
I've never picked on you about that one.
Never. No, you would never do such a thing, would you?
Why would you ever do that? No.
You treat me like a traitor to the 500 family.
I'm going to say it like you did. You're a traitor to the 500. You're a traitor.
Exactly. But I eventually will see you with a 600 PF.
That 600 is amazing. I had to play with it recently, and it's
check your emails. Check your email, Jeff.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
But again, going back to the serious point that we're making is the technology, correct? The technology as a tool, as an enabler, correct? That you can do stuff with the new tools. That's what makes you change. So if they want us to buy new equipment, it's because we're going to get an advantage on whatever we practice. Flash photography or nature photography or macro, they have to be an advantage, correct? They try to market for anything so that you keep buying, but it has to be an advantage. Otherwise, you're wasting your money, correct? And
I think when you buy these real large lenses, that you have to buy it with the optional grenade launching system.
Exactly.
So that if you're at Yellowstone and a bison comes at you, you have a way of protecting yourself.
Exactly. No, it's
I mean, the next lenses will be power zooms. I think that's the next big thing.
No, and Jeff, you said, hey, you told me, hey, I'm more of I like to be mobile, okay? You don't want to take a tripod, put a big lens. You prefer to be able to walk, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I get some flack at times because I'm lazy. I don't want to lug around my big tripod with my fluid head, but I'll see something interesting that I want to capture a video of, and I do my best to try to brace myself up against something, and I'll shoot with the 800 PF at 2.3 times crop. And get a reasonably good video, not perfect by any means, but a reasonably good video to just show what I'm seeing. But yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the things I am going to try to do more of next year is I'm going to I think I'm going to have to be willing, I think, to pick a day and say to myself or convince myself that this is video day only. You know, bring the good tripod, bring the good head, focus strictly on video, different areas, different subject matter, and forgive myself for not switching to stills mode and trying to capture too many stills. And then, that's the problem. That's really, really hard to do. And then
That's what you have second cameras for.
pick a day with stills and leave the tripod at home and just say, unless I see a once in a lifetime event happening, stills only, keep the large gear in the house. It's hard. It's hard to figure out what you want to do everything. And it's sometimes it's better to narrow it down so that you're getting a better result, in that one area than trying to do everything. You always
of course, going with a plan and a purpose. That's what you say.
Yeah.
Never works out.
It never works out.
Anyway. Something always goes wrong and you end up doing something totally different.
No, but the having a plan is important. The other part of that equation is be prepared to change the plan when something else happens. Right?
Maybe what you got to do is at least you got to have the tripod in the car.
Exactly.
Right. You go there and say, I'm going to shoot stills today, and then you start seeing stuff that's just too good not to take video, and then you say, okay, I'll take the 10 minutes to walk back to my car and get the doggone tripod out of the car.
Talking about tripods, what I know that you watch him sometimes, Mike Lane, the bear photographer from England. Watch his video about his car got stolen in England with the with the tripod, and he managed to locate his tripod in eBay. I don't spoil it for the people who hasn't watched that one, but it's a long saga on his on he trying to get his stolen tripod.
Oh my God! Look at this comment here. Yeah, and depending on how far away all your cameras are from each other, that could be quite a long day. I
just found out that trail cameras don't take pictures through glass.
Yeah. Technology is great, but I don't mean to be poo-pooing on technology, but I think you just have to take the time to be cautious and understand it before you jump at it, because what the marketing people are hoping to do is that they get you so riled up and you get so much chatter on YouTube or wherever that you don't do any homework at all, and you just say, that sounds like the best thing, and I'm going to buy it. And then later on you find out I didn't need it. I shouldn't have bought it. I didn't need to spend the money. And, I don't know. That's just me. I mean, I didn't buy my Z9. Believe me, I didn't. I was early on the list of, it's nothing wrong with, if you got an association with here's what you should never be afraid of. Don't have a problem with getting yourself on the imaginary list ahead of time for a camera. You're hearing the rumors, Nikon rumors doing stuff. Oh yeah, sounds cool, sounds good, whatever. Just because you work with your favorite camera store and you bought from them for 20 years or whatever, and they know you and they trust you, whatever, it doesn't mean you can't cancel the order, because if it's a hot camera, they don't care. They're going to sell that camera, whether it's you or the next 200, 500 people in line waiting for that camera. So
exactly,
if you think you're going to want it, you get on the list. But what you do is, as that spec sheet firms up, and then as Nikon or Canon or whoever puts out the real specs for that camera, before you actually part with the money, because a lot of camera stores do not require you to put money down. Some do, but there's a lot of them out there that do not require you to put money down when you want to get put on a list. When I deal with, I've never had to give 5 cents to. It's like I'll charge your card when it comes in, and if you still want it, type of deal, which is the ideal situation. And then you could wait until the specs are really solid, and then you can do your investigation on it. And then no harm, no foul. If you call and you cancel your place in line, your dealer isn't going to care, because, like I said, there's so many other people that are ready to buy it. It doesn't hurt them. It doesn't hurt them at all. So, I mean, you kind of play the game a little bit, but don't do yourself the disservice by not really doing any homework.
And be sure, Jeff, we are not going to get it first. So we have time to see when the camera comes out, what is the opinion and the consensus of the camera.
I'm just for now on going to wait for you or Roy to get it first, and then you can tell me what you think.
Z9's the only camera I've ever bought that I didn't actually play with before I bought it. It turned out to be a good camera, but it was a risk for me. Not what I usually do.
Did you ever have a camera manufacturer let you have a camera early to get comments from you on?
More in the past, not so much lately. I've probably been too quiet with everything. I got things like that. Some of the lenses I got a bit early and to play with and give back. Cameras sometimes. Sony don't like me anymore, though.
No.
I shouldn't have turned up in a Nikon t-shirt at the last event. I really shouldn't have.
You sure you weren't?
They haven't invited me to any.
You sure you weren't wearing the Sony Sucks t-shirt? See, the Sony people go to the Nikon shows with the shirts that say Nikon is dead.
Yeah, they do actually.
Or yeah, the Sony t-shirt says, "I love my Betamax."
Yeah. Well, that would be a good shirt, t-shirt, Randall. You make up a t-shirt and say, "How did Betamax work out for you? How did the memory stick work out for you? How did CFE cards work out for you?"
Yeah. How to make yourself unpopular in a minute.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they hold grudges.
Oh, you could come up with so many things to put on t-shirts that would just alienate the whole planet. You'd have everybody. You'd have a hitman chasing. If I did it, I'd have a hitman chasing after me, man. I'd have everybody trying to pluck me off. No doubt.
Sony's not a very friendly company, though. It's not.
The problem, Jeff, is that you do that. You're looking for engagement. Most of us don't like to be engaging with anybody.
I like to stir people up.
Exactly.
No, I think everybody knows that. Any brand I pick on, I've actually owned in my lifetime, in my career. I'm old enough to have tried almost every camera brand. I've tried brands of cameras that people never heard of, and Roy has too. So I say it in jest. I mean, there's just certain. It could be a real weird circumstance why you hang on to a certain brand. I mean, it could be that you were in the AV club when you were in high school, and the AV club had all Canon cameras, or whatever, and you got comfortable with that brand. And when you got out of school, you didn't ever consider any of the other brands because you were just so used to what you used when you were in the audiovisual club at school or whatever, or the camera club at school. So you stick with that camera maybe for your whole life.
Exactly.
It isn't that you hate the other guy. You got comfortable with it for whatever reason, and you stuck with it forever. And it's expensive to be. I love how things get worded sometimes, where you think that there are millions of people that left brand A to go to brand B. I mean, there's going to be, I mean, most people can't afford it, especially if they did a serious investment where they own 5 lenses and a couple bodies of a brand to basically, and they just say, yeah, I'm going to switch to this guy. Seriously? Wow, you can afford to do that? Most people can't afford to do that. Can't even afford to do it once. Never mind. You would think watching YouTube that people have done that 3 or 4 times. I don't know how in the hell anybody could do it that many times. I mean, hard enough to do it once. I mean, there are people that shoot multiple brands of cameras. That's not overly uncommon. You know, somebody might want buy the APS-C camera or the Micro Four Thirds camera and have a separate travel kit, travel gear kit, and then they have one that's when they're shooting local.
And that makes sense because that's what they like, correct? That's their hobby, is to have different system, learn different system. That for all the people say, I learn a system, that system provide me with all that I need, I stick with it rather than having, like we were talking the other day, even within the same system, you want cameras that have the buttons and the menu that is similar, that is familiar, because you want to be able to react quickly. But this issue is so silly and permeated so much society, all the camera bands, aficionados, and that even on people that are not photographers, correct? The other day was a friend of my son here, and there was doing some climbing here in Colorado and showing me all the pictures of the different peaks that he had climbed, correct? And then I was showing some of the pictures of birds and stuff like that. And they say, hey, I have an aunt that does that type of photography as well, correct? But then he had to make a disclaimer. But this person, I think you guys could get along and do some local trips, but this person shoot Canon. I say, I don't care. So even regular people, I got into this, snowball effect that the different camera brands, that they are, afraid of introducing somebody that is a good photographer doing the same type of photography you do because it's for a different brand. And the reality is that for most of us, I don't care, right? You actually you share still the same passion and hobby for the subject, right? It's crazy.
I could go in a in the camera club and go in there, and like one guy, like sometimes when they have a monthly meeting have a monthly gathering at a restaurant, and they'll have an area that they can do a slideshow, sometimes have a guest speaker talk about a certain subject, or maybe they just ask people to share, somebody, they might have somebody that was fortunate enough to go to Yellowstone for a week, and they're going to share their trip. They're going to share images from their trip. But you'd have somebody go up there and maybe do a explanation on the new Canon camera that they just bought, and then you could have somebody that might go up there and do a discussion about Micro Four Thirds cameras, because they own a Micro Four Thirds camera, and what's the benefit of that in terms of size and weight and for travel and stuff like that. So I've been around, you've been around so many people that non-brand specific, so many people have different brands. You don't even, I've never once asked a person, why do you shoot that brand?
Exactly.
Or even asked them necessarily, what brand are you shooting? I mean, some, because of the color of the lenses, what brand the camera is, but I'm just saying, typically you're if anything, you're saying, if you're shooting next to somebody, you'll say, were you able to get that shot of that eagle doing this or whatever? And they'll say, yeah, let me show you the shots I got. And then you'll show them the shots you got. And it's all about the image. It's all about what you did. It has nothing to do with the camera.
Yeah. Put that comment from Kuarasi, which a little bit off topic, but it's important here for Greg. And but it's not like when we are shooting, we don't look at the other photographers. Correct? We sometimes look at the other photographers and ask them about their opinion of the cameras and all that stuff. But that doesn't mean that there is some animosity. I actually, when I see somebody that has a Canon and is shooting, I would like to see, hey, show me in the little screen behind, correct? Just to appreciate the different, what he can do with that camera, correct? Or with that particular lens.
Yeah, most of the people I know shoot Canon. I share the spotlight with them sometimes. But unless there's a reason for me to change, I'm not going to change.
Of course.
Actually, most of them are DSLRs too.
I'm trying to find Greg's. Greg, if you want to type in the chat your channel, I mean, I could go on my links and find it. But if you're still in the show here, type your channel.
I just checked. I'm already subscribed.
I found it. I can. Well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a subscriber as well, so I'm going back to I got to go into.
See, I thought I was subscribed to him. I just subscribed. Greg.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
that's a positive.
I thought I was subscribed to him. So.
Yeah, looks good. Yeah, you're close to the 500 too, Mr. Jeff. But
oh, I'm never getting there. I'm not. Ain't never gonna happen, guys.
We have to do for you what we did for Chuck.
No.
I put the link in the private chat if you still need it.
Okay, I'll. Thank you. Save me some time. I was just on his.
All right, so we got 2. Need 2 more. We need more.
Yeah, because they start fluctuating up and down, correct?
Yeah. So one day you come on, you get like 3 or 4, and then next day you lose 1 or 2. You know, it's like
shouldn't focus on it though. It's only money. Yeah, I nearly turned to Canon in the 80s when they brought out that AF. That's such good AF, and Nikon didn't.
Oh, for sure.
But I didn't need it, so it didn't change.
Yeah, so usually you just copy the link and then.
And these are things that
I'm gonna put it here on the. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Oh, good.
Let's game over 300.
There we go, guys. Let's get Greg over 300, man. Let's get him to 500.
And that's the thing also, how things are changing. Greg, in the past, it was not bad or not considered bad etiquette. Correct? If you be somebody shooting, that you will say, hey, can I look through your camera so that you can have an appreciation for a particular lens? Nowadays, after COVID, nobody.
It's really nasty between brands now.
Yeah. After COVID, now you cannot do that, correct? It's not cool to ask somebody, hey, can I look at your camera, since you have to put your face there to the camera.
Well, there's a lot of people even before COVID that would never share that information with you. It was like proprietary and special. You know, person wasn't going to tell you that, yeah, I was +2 EV on that shot, or blah blah. It was like, that's my secret formula. I'm not going to share it with you. I've never been like that. I mean, literally, when I've been at the park, and this has happened probably at least 6 times, if not more. I'll meet somebody from another state, not even close. Somebody from Michigan comes to Myrtle Beach. They go to that park once every 3 years, and they run into me, and we strike a conversation, and we get along, and they've either never been to the park before, or they haven't been there in a long time. And I've had many a times where I'm like, hey, I'll take you around and show you the park. I'll take you to all the different parts. And I've spent 3 or 4 hours walking with people and taking pictures with them and showing them different spots. And I may never see those people again.
Of course.
But I'll tell you, they sure as heck appreciated me taking the time to show them around, because I look at that as a privilege to be able to share that information with somebody, because that may entice them to or solidify their desire to want to continue to shoot, or to get out to shoot, or whatever. It's just, to me, I mean, I don't mind doing it. I mean, people will look at me like I'm crazy. I'll say, I'll see you later. I'm going to walk around with these folks for a little while, and we'll go up and down. We'll walk 5 or more miles, going up and down roads and trails and everything. And I'll show them the whole doggone place. I don't care.
Yeah,
And,
you know that you're going to be there the next day if you want to.
And I made a new friend, and maybe someday if I go where they live and they bump into me, they'll do the same thing for me, right? You never know.
300, apparently.
Did he get there?
Yeah, he got it.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah.
Let's try.
Doesn't work for me, see?
Doesn't work for me.
Oh, there we go.
I need to investigate all this. What happened?
So you must have some kind of special setting on your.
You see?
If you do that, I would think all the flags would pop up like you're going to be a politician.
We need to team to investigate what is the switch that you have to make in your Apple to enable that option. Because you got the same monitors that I do.
Well, I would like to have it so if you make a certain motion, you can have sound effects. I'd like it so, like, if you just do this, you get a whole crowd going, yay, clapping,
exactly.
And have it come up, or, that would be neat.
Need to research what are the options possible.
I'll look into it for him.
Hey, Greg, we're now going to tell everybody we got to get you to 500, buddy. Yeah, there's some you know what? I don't get into. I've looked at the YouTube algorithms once in a while, and I just I mean, I'm not going to sit there and study it like crazy. And there's some weird monetary thing when you hit 500. You could sell stickers or some weird horse fucky stuff. And I'm like, I'm not going to do any of that. If I ever hit 500, I'm not going to, I'm going to sell you a sticker. You can feel real good about yourself. Buy this sticker for $2. It's like, no, I'm not. Believe me, that's like, I'll go out on the streets with a pair of dark sunglasses and a tin can before I sell stickers to people.
Now going back to what we're talking about, is the issue. I always said that in my professional life, the people that don't like to share and teach others are the people that not going to learn, don't have the capacity to learn. If I always, you are in your profession to a point that you are always learning, you can always teach, because the next day you're going to learn a little bit more, correct? Actually, Kubarasi tells something that I have done multiple times, correct? Sometimes people show up there, you are in a, in a, like a viewer platform like you have, Jeff, and you have your 500 PF. Somebody shows up there trying to photograph. They have a Nikon camera. So I tell them, hey, I'm nothing much has happened. The Rosette spoonbills are still there. Okay, you want to see what? Give me your camera and put their camera in my 800 and let them take a picture. You see, you're making that way that person an aficionado of wildlife, correct? Because they just
Bob gets mad at me because I help him spend his money.
Exactly.
And, example is like lots of times, I'm bringing the 800 with me. I bring my 180 to 600. And if I'm not going to use it, I'll say to Bob, because he's got the F mount 2 to 5,
Exactly.
Okay, you want to use my 180 to 600 today, and I'll hand it to him, and he'll shoot my 180 to 600 the whole time we're there, and then give it back to. He's used my 180 to 600 more than I've used my 180 to 600, but I don't care, and that's fine with me. It doesn't bother me. And he says, well, for 2024, he plans on buying the 180 to 600.
Exactly.
And he won't have any learning curve because he's already used my lens probably 20 times already.
Exactly.
It's good to use the thing before you buy it, though.
Yeah.
And it's the ones that I laugh at are the ones that get in there, that park their car, they literally run. They run to where the birds would be that you still cannot see because it's still pitch black out, and they try to take a picture of it with their cell phone, shooting at something 80 feet away, and they got the flash turned on, and the sun hasn't even started to come up yet, and they somehow think they're going to get a picture. I want to do a video on that. Let's do a Joe Man's Land voice. Let's watch as the native goes out running from the car with their cell phone to get the picture in the darkness and see how the flash works,
Before they get ran over.
You see them at sports fields a lot, though. All the little flashes going off in the audience, and they're not going to do anything.
Yeah, I guess we got to be careful about how we word things, huh?
Yes.
Hey, it's all in fun. We misquote and misspeak 100 times a show. I think it's a kind of normal.
If we didn't, it wouldn't be us.
Yeah, we're now. When Z-Wave did his live stream the other day, his observation, and I kind of agreed with him, is he did get the Plena, and he said the Plena does everything that they say about it. It's a great lens. Now he's talking about probably not keeping it, and his reasoning makes sense because he has a studio, and it's not a large studio, and so it's better for him in his studio to use the 85 1.2.
Yeah.
And
or even the 50.
Or the 50. And I think that's true for a lot of people that have small studios, that would be true, that the 135 is a great outdoor portrait lens.
That's right.
And a street photography lens, taking pictures of people on the street and stuff like that. I think that extra reach comes in handy, and I think that's where it shines, and it would work fine in a studio as well, as long as you can move back far enough.
Better for headshots.
But I could see where for his particular situation, where as good as that lens is, it doesn't work for him.
And it's wider.
And I think that once again, that's something that you need to ask yourself before you buy the lens, and especially I mean, these lenses aren't cheap. You don't want to buy them just to buy them. You want to make sure you can use them. And Jim's saying his and we talked. He emailed me. We talked back and forth about this, and Jim now has the 24 to 120, which I told him he's going to absolutely love that lens.
Yes.
My favorite walk around lens ever, for me anyway. Love that.
I agree with you, and Jim, you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
That's one I recommend to a lot of people.
But Jim, you also have the 105 macro, correct?
Yeah, I like that lens.
That one is good. I need to show you some, and I use a macro for so inside a camera trap type of situation, and it works very well.
Here we go. Here we go. Read this one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yesterday, I tried to take a picture of a kingfisher. It's too far
Yeah,
away
so-
from my 180 to 6. There was a guy who did see me and tried to take a picture with his mobile phone. Yeah.
It's worse when they jump in front of you to do it.
No, the one that gets me, and I'm sure Jeff, it happened to you a lot with the long telephoto. Is most of the interaction with in the park with the general public is good, correct? They actually it's pleasant, but when they start asking you, "Wow, how much did you pay for that lens?" I mean, that's the one you must be seeing it this close. I mean, it's
You have a great camera. You must take great photos.
Yeah,
Oh,
when they start asking,
don't, Roy, you made the wrong statement to me. That was what my mother-in-law would say to me. She'd see something I did, and she'd say, "Your camera takes great pictures."
What you say to her is,
Like-
"You have a
like
great
I-
oven.
like-
It must make great dinners."
Like I have nothing to do with what the result is. Your
Yeah,
camera
that's right.
takes great pictures. Oh, the smoke would start just coming out. You'd hear the steam. You'd hear like somebody pulling the train whistle.
I'm going to show Jim something here. Go back in a second.
Well, it's like, okay, my father-in-law in Mississippi says, "What is wrong with your pictures?" And I says, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, I want everything clear. I can't see anything behind you." And then I had to explain to him what bokeh was and what I was trying to do. And he says, "Well, I want more dynamic range. You know, I want everything to be clear. And then I'll be happy with the picture." So he wanted me to retake the picture, everything in focus. So then I would have to, move it up to F8, F9, whatever, just to make him happy.
Yeah.
But I get a lot of those too. It's like, what's wrong with your pictures? Is your camera wrong or?
Well, what drives me nuts, Gustavo will like this one. What drives me nuts is I got the 800 in my hand. I've got a few friends next to me. I'm shooting video. I'm trying not to move at all.
Oof.
And we're on a sidewalk. You know, we're on a long sidewalk. There's a sidewalk that runs on each side of the road. And I'm locked in, elbows into the body, you know, the whole thing, you know, trying not to move at all, shooting a video with an 800 at 2.3 crop. It's something that's feels like it's a mile away. And then I'll hear a voice and say, "Sir, I need to get by you." I'm in the middle of shooting a video, and I get a voice, "Sir, I need to get by you. Can you lift up your camera lens?"
Does your video have audio?
You. I want to take that lens and just go whack. Oh, I hate that. They can't wait one stinking minute for you to finish what you're doing. Can you move for me? It's
You
like
need to have with photographer at work on it.
It's like hop over the doggone guardrail and walk on the road and go around me. You know, it's
Go
like
play on the freeway.
oh.
So this is this is something here for Jim.
All right, let me drag you over.
They're having experimenting with. So this is a housing for the camera and the lens. Okay, so I actually have been experimenting. So this is using for camera trap, but I'm not using it for so much for camera trap. Actually, the C9 doesn't require a traditional camera trap system. Correct, but I'm using this to do some remote work. Put the C8 or the C9 inside, and then I take the photo remotely from this. So with the macro lens, I can do some portrait of birds, but using a macro rather than a long telephoto.
That 105 is very sharp.
Exactly. So
it's incredible.
A different way of using the 105 for macro photography, but it basically close-up photography that you trigger the camera remotely or use the auto capture with the C9. So I let you guys, I show you some examples another occasion. I still experimented it because here in Colorado, of course, if you want to shoot that, there is a lot of snow. I don't want to put the camera exposed to the elements. Even if I'm looking at the camera, I prefer to have the camera removed from me and then trigger automatically, right? But not I have the trigger system as well, but I use it basically to protect the camera from the elements, right?
You
It's
really
amazing.
You really shouldn't have stolen your neighbor's mailbox.
It's amazing they were able. It's amazing they were able to design a case for a 2023 camera in 1970.
Exactly. So Kubarasi and Jeff, I mean, this is like a housing, the same principle of a housing for scuba diving, but it's basically for outdoors, right?
Now, does that mount on your tripod?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
It has an Arca Swiss mount.
Ooh.
So this is actually a British company because they manufacture those. Because you can make these out of Pelican cases, right? But this one actually is fully designed. It's called. I think. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it.
Looks like Z-Wade's logo.
Cam
Traptions.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Cam Traptions.
And I think it's in the order a couple of $100 for but it's very well made, correct? It's like a housing, but you use it for the outdoors.
Yeah,
those housings used to cost thousands.
Yeah. So I keep experimenting. I already did some. I'm looking for the next snowstorm, so I can put this close to the feeders, and instead of using a telephoto, I'm going to be using this for basically you could do a wide angle photo of the bird. Jeff.
You're getting too dangerous, I think.
Exactly.
Too dangerous. Hey, I gotta walk away for a minute, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get something to drink. You guys keep things going. I'm sure you will. You could talk about me when we're gone. I'll turn off my mic.
Turn off your speakers then.
So Greg, it's Cam Tractions.
No, I turned up the volume on my speakers.
Yeah, I've heard of that brand. I'll have to look into it more.
Yeah, they also manufacture the triggers and all that stuff, correct, Roy? So I'm, it's a good certainly way for protecting the camera to the outdoors. Now I'm going to use it on a mirrorless camera in a traditional, setup that you leave the camera for days. Not at this moment. People buy older DSLR and use them for that, correct?
Yeah,
but certainly
less loss.
Exactly, but I use that. But it's certainly good. It's completely sealed, correct? So it's very good for what I'm trying to do. So basically, try to use wide angle, correct, for wildlife photography, correct?
More in focus.
Exactly, the cameras do everything for you, correct? No, it fits several bodies. Actually, let me show you here. The internals are interesting.
Looks good. Looks really useful.
Okay. So you can see this is the internals, right? And then there is this plate. So the camera gets attached to the plate, and they have a shelving system so that you can adjust the placement of the the space for the lens to match your specific camera, right? So
It's starting to get too complicated, isn't it?
It's very well designed.
You got those giant zip bags that look like condoms you put in your camera.
Exactly, but yes, you can do these other ways, Roy. But this is a little bit more protected, correct? It's some more professional type of setup, correct? Because and you have, you have a like a UV filter there, right? And they sell it with that, and then you have the hood. So
Yeah, it looks good.
yes, they even sell some heater for the elements of the camera.
Oh wow!
So it's a well-made setup. So I let you guys know. I mean, I keep using it. Obviously, you're not going to take this to a park and put it there, but in your house and practicing stuff. Okay.
Yeah, I found that webcams don't work through Windows.
Exactly. Oh, come on. That's one thing, Randall. Right? Certainly here in my house, I kind of shoot through the windows. I always have patterns and stuff.
Yeah.
The glass in my old house, my old cabin here, I'm not that great. But I'm glad at least you are able to shoot through the windshield of the car.
Yeah. And it's tinted too. So there's my polarizer and stuff. So
exactly. Yeah. But I know sometimes video is a little bit more forgiving image quality than photography. Photography, you have some sort of something weird with your glass. It's very difficult to take photos. So that's something that I haven't experimented for already a month.
Did you know the next size up is like a giant container that you can actually crawl in with your camera?
Exactly.
Pictures.
So what you do is you mount the camera inside, and then is there a place for the joystick, or you set the whole contraption on something?
Hey, Ron Pollard, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Ron. Happy New Year to you too, my friend.
But Jeff, you're joking, correct? But you see, that's part of the creativity, correct? For the type of things that we do. I mean, you see it on. I love some of these BBC documentaries, correct? Wildlife documentary. That sometimes they show you how those professionals achieve this thing, correct? They don't know. Somebody would take a housing like this and put it on a little car, and then they drive it around so they can photograph the different animals. That's what gives you the unique shots.
You didn't know these things exist until you find them.
Exactly. And actually, Roy, this is where the better software will be helpful, correct? Because if you could see what this is seeing, much better than what we have with SnapBridge, that would be great, right?
I hate CrapBridge.
I know that's what I commented on you, but you can see that's where software could be better, correct?
Anything could be better than CrapBridge.
I think the only thing that Roy dislikes more than that is rangefinders.
Exactly.
No, TLRs are right on top of my list.
TLRs too. Okay.
and TC converters as well. Roy doesn't. Teleconverters.
Yeah.
See, you get Randall and Roy in a room talking about TCs. There could be a fight. Randall puts TCs on everything to try it out, and Roy would want to throw them all out the window.
I'll use a TC if I have to, but they're a necessary evil, not something I'd choose to use.
Well, I did put the 1.4 on the even the 2, and I liked it. Even if it was
the Z ones,
the aperture went up,
above everything else, but
yeah,
there's still a compromise. I'd say the Z teleconverter on the new 600 PF is even still slightly sharper than the 800. It's that good. I'd only ever use a teleconverter on a Prime though, unless I had to.
So the 2 expensive ones, I believe, have a teleconverter built into them.
Yeah,
the 2.8 and then the f4, I think.
The trouble with those 2 lenses is they're like the old lenses. They're like monsters. They're too heavy to be lugged around very far.
Well, that's why they have the PF is because
Yeah,
they're smaller.
PF,
yeah,
Nikon's PF lenses are absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
They're so far ahead of everything else on the market. I bet Canon and Sony are crying that they haven't got one. I know Canon tried at one stage to produce something similar, but it didn't work. For Nikon to produce PF lenses is amazing, especially if you understand how it works.
Yeah, it's like a lighthouse.
Yeah.
Lighthouse.
So taking a thick lens and slicing it up and putting it back together again.
But the PF lenses are amazing. I mean the 300 PF is a very nice lens. It's just not, I think that's a great lens for like soccer games and outdoor events for your kids and basketball and stuff like that. It's just not long. It's just not long enough for nature.
No.
I mean, not long enough for birding, where you could be shooting birds that are, this big, I mean, you need something with a little bit more focal length than the 300.
That's the Z14 and that's a Z2. I don't think I've used them yet. I've used a 1.4 a few times.
Yeah. They're great.
They're good if you really have
you don't
to
want to
get the
spend the
shot.
money for the 600 or the 800 and you put it on a crop sensor camera. You got up to 1200.
Oh, you just cut him off again. I forgot. That's the third thing he doesn't like. Rangefinders, APS-C,
I'm a very fussy person.
And teleconverters.
I'll use teleconverters if I have to, but it's more important to get the shot than not get the shot.
Yeah.
At any cost, even a teleconverter.
See, Randall, how he would have lunged at you if you were in that room with him? That would be the end of you.
But I remember the early teleconverters were absolute rubbish. The new ones are quite usable in comparison. Even if I did just drop this one.
We got
accidentally.
We got Mr. Gustavo sharing an image with us. We'll bring that up.
Yeah.
And let me make it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's vertical. So talk about our conversation that we were having. So I'm photographing here, and I noticed this crow flying around. Correct. So there is this is what I told you last week. There were a couple that wanted me to take a photo of them in their iPhone, and I'm just behind the camera waiting for the crow to pass in the frame. So it's like your story about the 800, right? You're waiting for so this is not AI crow; it's a real crow going through the scene. So I had to tell them while keeping my eye on the camera. Wait a second. I'm waiting. Okay, now I can take your photo.
Well, I like the part where you find a spot to take a picture, and then some people just migrate because you're at the spot where they're taking pictures. So they think, well, we take pictures there too.
So anyway, let me tell you what's funny. See if I can find some of this with the new housing, but
well, you can't. Like I was saying, you know, the problem is where we shoot on that roadway, that's those sidewalks, is people like to jog up and down the road on the sidewalks. Yeah. And it's like, well, they're jogging, you're trying to take a picture, and they don't want to slow down because they want to keep their heart rate up. So they're jogging, and it's like, well, you're supposed to know that they're coming. When you're looking this way, they're coming that way. You're supposed to know they're coming because you can hear their footsteps. Obviously, they're like, like Godzilla coming at you, right? So you're supposed to know that they're coming. And then they get mad because, you don't all of a sudden move out of the way for him. It's like, no, the photographers, let me tell you, get no respect by anybody. And like you said, if sometimes if Bob and I will be there on a real cold day, we're the only two idiots there taking pictures or trying to take pictures. We're the only two nuts. Nobody else shows up. We're the only ones. Then a tourist will be there camping there or something, walk up there, next thing you know, there's a whole bunch of people sightseeing, they don't have cameras or nothing. And they're like, oh, you see anything good? What are you shooting at? What are you looking at? What do you see? It's like, yeah, I got this big lens so I can shoot that sparrow from 500 yards away. It comes out really big. You want to say something really stupid just because they're getting on your nerves, You just want to be a kind of a jerk sometimes and say, "Oh yeah, I could pick the eye out of a sparrow from a quarter mile."
Just tell them you don't know what you're doing. Just press the button.
Yeah, my camera is so advanced. I don't even have to look through the viewfinder. I just hold the button and it finds the bird for me. But yeah, it's just funny. Ron, if you're still in here, did you? I'm just curious if you can say how many were you able to do multiple PGA events this in 2023? Did you do more than one event with the PGA Tour? Just curious. I mean, we got to get you, Ron, to send some images. Next Saturday, January 6th, is the photo review, and I know you're a super, super busy guy, but if you have a few minutes where you can send me a few images to share on your behalf of, if you don't get in trouble for sharing some of those PGA images now that the event is over and you can do so, send us some of those PGA images so people can see that the Z9 or the Z8, I think you're using the Z9 most of the time, that the golf club, the full swing of the golf club is not all wobbly looking because you don't have rolling shutter with the Z9. Everybody thinks that now that if you don't have the global shutter is the only one that can make it so you don't see that effect. But the Z9, I think most people would say they've never seen a problem using the Z9 or the Z8 or, some of the high-end Canon or Sony, other Sony cameras.
Okay, Project 2717.
Let me.
Down there, down the bottom. Someone we don't know, is it?
No.
No, he can
join us.
Yeah, so I'll
be one of us.
Yeah, if you want to join us, give me a second here. I gotta get out of this.
You may regret it, but
you may regret it. Things don't always go as planned.
What plan?
Well, yeah, it's nice to pretend you have a plan, even though we know we never do have a plan. I will show you my email address. You can email me and I can send you a link if you wish to come on. You find it here. There you go. So yeah, if you send me a link or send me an email, I'll send you the link. You can come on the show and
talk about teleconverters
and join us. Yes. So entirely up to you. No pressure, man. No pressure. No pressure. We don't put any preparation on you. Or yeah, we don't do any preparation on you. Yeah, we're gonna cook you for dinner. We're not gonna put any pressure on you. Preparation. Yeah, I'm gonna, Randall,
Christmas preparation.
You bring the salt. I'll bring the pepper. I guess you could tell it's near the end of the show, guys. We're starting to talk stupid now. Preparation. Now I can't get it out of my head.
What brew are you drinking?
Where's ours?
The problem is I'm drinking regular Coke instead of Coke Zero. It's
Exactly.
It's messing me up.
Too much sugar past your bedtime, Jeff.
Too much sugar, man.
So I located the photo that I took with the camera housing. I put it there, Jeff.
Okay.
So that picture was taken with the camera housing. So it basically only like this is where the 105. So it's only like maybe 3 feet, 4 feet from the actual setup that I have there, correct? And you can see it was snowing, correct? That's actually what I was trying to photograph, is the bird trying to eat the seed when it was still in the snow. So I don't want to put my camera in the without even with a cover. It's not the same than having a proper housing. So that's what I did, Jim, with the 105.
Yeah. Now that I made it bigger, I can see the snow.
Exactly.
Snowflakes.
So it's a vertical, which is not the best to show here because it looks tiny, but that's the one that I wanted to go. So you put your composition, you fix everything, correct, and then you wait for the. So this was taken with the CA. So I operated the camera remotely, right, with a wireless remote. But
how are you powering your Z8?
Exactly, but with the Z9 you can do
what
the same.
wireless remote are you using for your Z8? What are you using? A Nikon wireless remote, a Bluetooth one?
I using the Nikon one because the Velo, which is very good, I already have broken 2 of those. So I ended because I tend to use, even when I'm using the camera, I may have one camera on something and I have it on the remote and the other camera I'm photographing, correct?
Well, are you using the 10-pin connector or are you using a Bluetooth wireless one?
No, the 10-pin connector.
Okay.
I wouldn't have bought the Z8 if it didn't have one.
Yeah. Well, the Z6 III won't.
No, but the C8 and the C9 has a 10-pin connector.
Yeah.
So it worked very well. But that's the kind of thing with a camera house that you can do. Not only do, the traditional, like a trail camera type of thing when you have they take the motion and everything. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Did you use a power bank as well, or just a normal battery?
For this case, it was the normal battery, but you can also put yeah. So let me see if I can, because what I can do here remotely, you can see that certain certain things are out of focus because, of course, the depth of field is very small, correct? So
now, what have you? When you're using the 105, what f-stop do you like to use?
Well, we can check what I use here because I put my settings in there. So
1/2500.
Yeah.
That's
So
F3.
in this case, an A3, correct? So it's just and then you can play, correct? That's a good thing with a setup like this. You can, if you're expecting the bird to stop here, you see here, you can see the snow, correct? But underneath the snow, there may be some seeds. So I know he's going to go into this. This is the dead yucca after flowers, correct? After they had the seeds have come out, correct? So I can put some inside the seed pot, some other seeds, and then of course I let it. The snow is covering the seed. So this we one day we talk about setup. Okay? You can see the snow here, correct?
Yeah.
So you plan for the shot, and then you spend the time waiting for for the birds to do what you want. But that's the use for this type of and this one with the Z8. So I operate remotely, but I could do that with the C9 and basically put it in capturing movement and or capture if it is a or an animal detect, and then it will trigger, right?
Yeah.
And look, and with the new software, correct, it will focus on the animal, correct. So even if you don't focus perfectly, or the animal standing into your setup differently, I mean, this is the kind of thing we can do with technology. But the housing is just to protect the camera. So anyway.
Well, at least at least you're getting use out of it.
Exactly. No, I mean it's I mean, and you can. We all know that 105 is excellent, correct? So you cannot have more detail, further further detail than that, correct? I mean, it's
They're asking what pigeon that is. What's the name of that pigeon?
this is a red-breasted nuthatch.
Nuthatch. I thought it was a nuthatch. Yeah.
It's different, but very similar to the one in Europe. That so I like them. It's one of the birds that come into my feeder, so it allows me for doing this type of experimentation. All right.
Good job, man. As always.
Yep.
As always.
When I try some stuff, like we were talking about, you learn something, you share, and you learn something else the next day.
Yep.
Learn something and pass it on.
Exactly.
Yep. Let's see if we got. I'm just going to see if I have anything I wanted to. No, I don't think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna say what I got left for next week. For next week.
That bad, is it?
Well, it's been. I didn't. I gotta find time. I haven't even gone through my picture. I haven't even looked at my pictures from the other day. It was kind of a slow day though, but it was funny. And don't take this. Well, you're gonna pick on me for saying this, but we get on the sidewalk, and it's early morning, and I see a couple birds in the reeds, and so all I see is the back end of one bird. It's behind. So I say to my friend, I go, I don't recognize that behind. I can't tell what kind of bird it was, and it was a pretty good size behind, and it was white, and I could tell that it wasn't an egret, it wasn't an egret of any kind, but I couldn't see the head because its head was down, and eventually it moved sideways, so I got a side view shot of it, and I still didn't know what kind of bird it was. I never saw this bird before in the park, and I'll skip ahead a little bit. Later on, there was a gentleman that drove by in a car, and he stopped and he says, "Oh, did you see the such and such bird?" And we said, "Yes." It was, that it's down the other end. And the guy says, "I've lived here 30 years, and I've never seen that bird in Myrtle Beach."
Wow.
And it didn't belong in Myrtle Beach because it was a snow goose. Snow goose.
Okay.
It was a snow goose in Myrtle Beach that obviously either maybe got caught in the.
He was on holiday. Got sick of the snow.
In the storms that we had going up and down the coast, it's possible that it got forced out of its navigational route and it ended up there, but it did not belong there. And then the funny thing was, it was associating and hanging out with a Rosetta spoonbill that was to the right of it, a single spoonbill. And last year we had maybe a half a dozen or more spoonbills through the winter. I mean, through part of the winter that hung around, through December, before maybe early January they left and got smart and realized they don't belong there anymore. They got to be in Florida. But it was funny. You had the one spoonbill, first one that's been there in well over a month and a half, and you're like, okay, you belong in Florida, and you belong up in Vermont. And they're hanging out together. But so I got a picture of a bird that I've never saw before, which was kind of neat because it's getting to the point where I don't often see birds that I haven't already seen. I enjoy it when I see something where I don't know what it is. So. But it was interesting looking bird. Wasn't bad.
And there are people that live to photograph and watch those, rarities that show up in the wrong place.
Yep.
Scubarazzi, I can use all the images. I could use. If you got 4 images to send, please do so. I have 28 images so far for next Saturday. I'd like to have it's nice to have about 40. And we've had as much as we had one time where we had almost 70. Believe it or not, we maybe had 60 at the beginning, but then people sent some in as the show was going on, and I think we ended up close to 70 one time. But yeah, it's nice to have at least 40. So yeah, send the images in. I realize it's the holiday season and everybody doesn't have time to do this, but it would be appreciated if you have a few to send our way. And we know you have something, man. You take so many beautiful underwater shots, and me and Gustavo being I can only speak to myself and say a former diver. The only time I'm going to dive is if I go to a warm climate and diving is including at the resort I'm staying at. I'll put the tanks on and I'll go diving, but I don't actively plan a diving trip anymore. I'm beyond that point in my life, and I don't own any gear anymore. So, so Real Nikon Lover saying he got a photo of an Australian duck at Catalina Island. No one knows how he got here.
Australians like to travel.
Well, and there are birds, Jeff, as you know, they are very difficult, correct? I mean, they are very difficult. I struggle with all the shorebirds, correct? The little shorebirds they are difficult. But for that, there is a solution, correct? Actually.
Oh, Merlin. Yeah, I got Merlin. Yeah.
And then you take the photo, and actually I do it, right? You take the photo, choose a photo from your iPhone. Give a live demonstration here. For instance, this shorebird here, right? You can see it.
There you go.
I didn't know what it was. Right?
Yeah, to the bird fills the box. Yeah,
exactly. So then you say, okay, this is from California, and you say identify, and it tells you.
Oh wow!
I won't tell you though how many times it's misidentified a bird.
Oh, it does. It sometimes does, but it actually, if you give it a lot of information, location, the day, what time of the year, and the photo, it does a decent job.
Right? I've had many times where I know it's a lesser yellow legs or a greater yellow legs or whatever, and I put it in and it says it's something totally different. And I'm like, come on, you know what it is. What are you doing here?
No, it's like GPS, correct? You take it and you follow the advice, but sometimes you have to double check it, correct?
Yeah.
So I do I do people that is getting on this one to use it. Certainly, I don't know whether it works overseas, but certainly here in the U.S., Canada, it should work, correct? And the other one that I do like a lot is the Sound ID. That actually is quite useful.
Yeah.
I mentioned that before, but just sometimes we have different audience, right?
Yeah.
I think I was using Sound ID with the hummingbirds. I think I started a mini turf war because they got very vocal after I was playing them.
If you replay back to them, that's a problem.
Yeah. So okay. So now that you brought that up, what are your feelings about trying to attract birds with software on your phone? Do you feel that's a who cares thing, a bad thing to do, not a bad thing to do, or no comment?
No, there is some ethical problems. I have used them, but so I'm not going to say, "Wow, I'm perfect." I have used them here in my home, but tend not to use them much because certainly if you it okay. So this is the problem, correct? In a public park, definitely is a no for me because you introduce something in a park. Uh, uh, and then you are open to the public and it can be misconstrued and it can create problems. Now, in a private setting in your own house, you can use it, but you have to be very careful, correct? Because for once, it agitates the birds, correct? And so you play it for a long time, you create a problem.
Well, and you don't, if it's like breeding season,
exactly,
or nesting season, you don't want to distract the bird from what it's trying to do, whether it be build a nest or feed the young or something like that. Not too good of an idea.
Rivals are going to show up in the territory, so they're going to be in a mode to try to find out if there is a rival. So you can, if you want to use it in a private setting, I will never say using a state park, national park, definitely is not. But in a private setting, you can use it to call it, but be careful because you basically are taking some of the energy that is supposed to be using for defending the territory, correct?
Yeah.
On that. And the other thing is, sometimes it attracts predators, correct? I have seen with my own eyes, you play a call from a certain bird, and then the sparrowhawks or the goshawk show up because they want to investigate, right?
Oh, wow.
So my advice is it's a tool, but that's a tool. It's like a hard medicine. You have to
be very careful when you
careful.
choose to
And
use
certainly
it.
not in national parks, state parks, for sure. So that's what I am here at home. But I mean, you can say the same: attracting birds with bird feeders, correct, or hummingbirds. Yes, you can. You take some responsibility when you do that, correct?
Scuba Ozzy, I'm not aware of a tool that can actually identify the direction in which a sound is coming from a bird. Where you can move your phone and the thing goes beep 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 beep. You know, it's not one of those things. You know, you're and owls. It's like forget it because they're you swear it's over there, and then maybe down the road you find out it was really over there. You know, it's echoing and sound is bouncing off of all the trees, and you really can't tell what direction where the actual subject is because you got just too much too many things for the sound to bounce off of. It's almost impossible to use sound as a way of finding it. It seems like it's you're better to look for if you're looking for a particular bird is to read up on the bird, and it'll tell you like where it likes to be in a tree, or you can look sometimes and see if there's you could look at the base of a tree and see if you see bird droppings close to the trunk of the tree, or say, I don't want to get disgusting here, but say you see remnants of food,
Exactly.
prey that it ate,
Results
you know.
of food.
Yeah, and so you look for the you walk through carefully, and you look for the poop, you look for the leftovers. Uh, I'll word it that way, I guess, and it helps at least get you to, like, that one has been in that tree. It doesn't mean that it's there now, but at least it's a tree that they like to go to. And then you can kind of back off and you wait a while and you just see if somebody shows up.
Exactly. But certainly on the case of owls, correct, that you mentioned, a lot of owls and hawk, you find them, certainly the owls, which are very cryptic, because I tell you, the other birds are going to find the owl first, and then you see them mobbing them, and then you say there is something going on here, and then you watch and okay, there is an owl here. Okay, it's typically the crows and the sparrows and the other that find the certainly all the corvi find the owls, and then they are not going to stop until that owl goes away. Correct. So
Yeah, I got video of I think a red-tailed hawk in a tree getting attacked by having small birds actually bouncing off its body, hitting that bird to try to get it to leave that territory. Small birds are the bravest suckers there are. I mean, they have no fear to go after a bird of prey and chase it away from a nesting area or what have you. They will pound that bird and try to scare, and they many a times they succeed in getting that bird uncomfortable enough where it will fly off and go somewhere else.
yeah, I think you have you and Bob witnessed that mockingbird, correct? That was it was going after an eagle or something, correct?
Yeah, they had actually in my neighborhood. I showed you a picture of the red-shouldered hawk that I got, maybe a month ago or whatever, and in my backyard, basically my neighbor's backyard. And the other day, I think I went to get mail out of the mailbox, and I hear this commotion. I hear crows. I hear crows making a lot of noise, and I look up and I see that same red-shouldered hawk getting chased by 4 crows going after it. And it's
Didn't have your camera handy.
It's heading to the tree line. It's trying to get into the trees and get away from those crows. The crows were relentless going after it. But when it comes to any kind of bird of prey, you look, like Gustavo says, you look for several things. You look for, all of a sudden you see a small grouping of birds with a lot of activity and swooping, and they may be trying to scare one off. And by the same token, let's say you're near a body of water and you've got 50 ducks in the water, and all of a sudden everything that's in the water flies for no apparent reason. Well, there is an apparent reason, because when you see everything fly, scan the skies and you're going to see either an osprey or a bald eagle or a falcon or peregrine falcon or something that is scaring all of those birds and making them all fly away at the same time.
Exactly. No, I think we got some good comment here, situation here that with squirrels as well from Greg. But no, that's that. The other thing, correct, is certainly in the winter, but all through the year, is sometimes even in your feeders, correct? You don't have to be there all the time watching constantly, because birds certainly at this time of the year, certainly here we have these mixed flocks of foraging birds. So you may have nothing, and then half an hour later, one of these flocks come along, and then you have, and at this moment, at this time, they are mixed, correct? Then you have this and this and that, and then they go and disappear for a while, and then they come back. So if you know a little bit of behavior, correct? Then you can, decide when are you going to photos versus when you can relax, correct?
Well, I think we like in the next. It could be now, but we've had a little bit of warmer weather than we really should be having. But usually this time of year or within the next couple of weeks, we'll get the cedar waxwings that show up.
Yeah.
And the cedar waxwings are beautiful looking birds, and they love to eat the berries off of juniper. They love to eat the small berries on juniper trees, at least down here. But they'll eat berries off of anything that bears berries. They're gonna eat the berries. But they follow their migratory path is based on where is the food. Basically, if they eat everything within the park, they're just going to go a mile down the road and eat whatever's at the next place. They just keep on going. But what's interesting with them is usually you see a different species of bird that goes into the tree first. Usually, I think down here it's the yellow rumped warbler.
Okay.
That I think tends to all of a sudden you'll see a bunch of yellow rumped warblers eating those juniper berries, and then once you see them, you could almost set your watch and say, in about 5 minutes, the cedar waxwings are going to fly in and join them, and in some cases, scare some of them off. And sure as you know what. You just stand there and be patient, and all of a sudden the waxwings show up, and they're in that tree, and they're eating those berries. And what beautiful looking birds they are! Absolutely gorgeous birds. If I can't find a picture of one, I don't think I could. Well, I can look and see if I have a picture of one. That I can find relatively quick, but yeah, they're just gorgeous birds, and and you only see them in the winter. It's just like we only see the white pelicans when it's cold, when it's very cold, and then we'll see the white pelicans. Weirdly enough, this year we actually had a white pelican that showed up a singular white pelican that showed up in the summertime, which was unheard of. You never see a white pelican down here in the summertime. It's like, what are you doing here in the summertime? It's kind of like the snow goose being here now. It's like something must take them off their migratory path, or maybe they've got a loose marble up here, and they've lost their ability to know where the heck they're going. I don't know why you see the oddball bird once in a while 6 months earlier than you should, or what have you. I'm trying to find the pictures here. I don't know if I've got too many pictures, and that's the problem. I gotta stop taking pictures. My wife would be happy if I did that.
Then you'd be annoying her all day.
Yeah, she says I have a problem. I go, yeah. It's like instead of a drug addict or an alcoholic, I'm a camera addict. Cameraholic, yeah, it's probably worse. Oh, come on, where the heck's the? Oh, you guys, why don't you guys create some conversation while I see if I can find a picture of one of these suckers? I'm running out of.
Would a shotgun?
I'm enjoying the awkward silence.
Would a shotgun mic tell you where the bird is or not?
Say that again, Roy.
Would a shotgun mic show you where the bird is on the camera?
See if it gets louder and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the sound get better, but I think with shotgun's supposed to be directional, but not as good as I would like
Not
them.
enough.
Not enough. Maybe
Just
you have to
about-
take those. I think the people that do recording, they use those kind of parabolic or microphones that is set in a parabolic
satellite dish ones.
setup. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Roy, certainly for you, I mean, this issue of, because you were saying about translator for all these birds, these I mean, those apps are fantastic, correct?
Mm.
But I mean, nowadays it's a lot easier, not only because you have those apps, but there are, you know, it's not free for certain things, but there are like every day almost 11,000 or 11,000 species of bird. Like when you show your bird, sometimes I go and I subscribe to one of these what's it called, Cornell Bird of the World Ornithology, and I don't know roughly what it is, and I can find out what the bird is. Correct. In the old time, I have a bookshelf of books. Correct. Now you
Those
have a
times are
single.
gone.
No, don't. I like my books. It's like a collection, but certainly those resources that we have uh, makes it easy. You take a bird, definitely should be able to identify.
Yeah, I have trouble identifying them. All the ones with feathers are my problem.
Exactly. But you did well with that. With those last two, you did really well.
Did I?
Yeah, you did
Yeah.
well.
I can't remember what I sent in. I never do that.
You have to check your settings back to repeat it.
Mm.
I think Roy spins a wheel and throws a dart
Yep,
to pick which
that's my
ones. he-
style. Make it fun.
So since you're on the top of your house, do you have a good view?
Yeah, I can see. I'm actually at the top of the house on top of a mountain. So I'm 20
wow.
miles from the main city here, and I can see that quite clearly on the other side of the house. And I've got a natural forest the other side.
Oh, wow.
I've been waiting all day for these deers to come. A few weeks ago, we had deers running through the garden. So I've been trying to catch them on camera, but I've never had the right time.
And
Okay, I found a few pictures for you.
okay, now we're ready for your wax wheel.
Yeah, first I'm going to show you the bird I was talking about that shows up first.
Okay.
Okay, that's
Definitely.
I believe that's the yellow rumped
Warbler.
So that one will make the appearance first, and you can see that it has one of the berries in its mouth. And so once that one decides to show up, then within a matter of minutes, you end up getting this guy that shows up.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
And they're just gorgeous. They're just absolutely gorgeous. And they move around a lot. So they can kind of be a pain in the neck to try to get sometimes because they're so active. But you'll get it's the last one I'm going to share here. You'll get a bare tree that might have 20 of them on the tree. So I didn't find those looking through here. I mean, but I got pictures of bare trees that are just filled with cedar waxwings, and those birds might be, let's say, I'm guessing 100 yards away from where the juniper trees are. So they'll be in the dead trees. The yellow rumped warblers will show up first. sit there and set your watch like you're in a Mission Impossible sequence. And then all of a sudden, all those birds will fly off the dead tree and they'll land in the juniper tree, and they just start eating like crazy. And so you probably get maybe in that general area we're at, you might get a week's worth or less of feeding opportunities before they move to another section of the park where there's some other berries that they can go after. So like I said, they're following the food source, and once they buzz away and eat all the berries on one or two trees, and they move on to the next set until just keep moving and leave the state and go to the next state and start eating the berries there. So they're lovely looking birds. They're very lovely looking birds.
I tell you, I haven't had that much luck with those.
But there's so many species that I have not seen yet that
you'd like it here.
I've only seen one. Gustavo, I don't know if you have them where you are. They call them they're warblers, but they call them the black and whites, black and white warblers. I've only seen one of those, and whenever I see them, they like to be upside down a lot. They're not. They're hanging down with their head towards the ground, and they're not in the best photogenic pose. And I don't see them very often. I've only seen them a few times. And then we like to get the prothonotary warblers. We get those, the yellow birds. They're very pretty. But the one that people will literally travel from 6 states away to go to the park is to come there to see the painted buntings.
Yes,
the painted buntings are a big crowd pleaser. And Randall, you'll appreciate this. My old neighbor just got back from Texas. His daughter lives in Texas. His brother lives in Texas. And so he's the one whose cat recently passed away, but I used to take care of his cat whenever he traveled. But while he was gone, I was bringing his mail in the house and stuff like that, and just checking on the house every day. So he's too kind. He always gets me a little something for watching a cat or whatever. So he comes and he gives me a small book of bird images from Texas. And I think there was only one bird in there that I haven't yet had time to go back and look at it again and try to figure out what it is. But there was only one bird in the whole book that I don't see here in South Carolina. They are all, the same birds that we have where I am. Nothing unique that I could tell. There was like maybe one different bird.
So, I was looking on the range map with the snow geese. So they'll go down to Baja, California, and then to Texas, and nowhere they showed where it'd be on the East Coast. Even
really?
in Florida. Yeah.
So
he was way out of it.
My friend Bob grew up in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and there's a place called Middle Creek. And not sure. I mean, that's not in Philadelphia, but it's in Pennsylvania. And he would go to this place called Middle Creek, and there would literally be thousands of snow geese and tundra swans in that creek in the wintertime. And so he said, "Oh, that bird doesn't belong here. That belongs up in Philadelphia or up in Pennsylvania." And yeah, like I said, the one person said, "No, they're never in South Carolina." So I don't know why that one was in South Carolina. And but they're kind of like the swans, where most of the swans they mate for I don't want to. Most of the time, they mate for life. You know, if their mate dies, they may be by themselves for years, and maybe eventually they get another mate. But if once they have a mate, they'll stay with that mate until one of them dies. And I guess it's the same way with the snow geese. So if you see a snow geese by itself, its mate probably died, which is kind of a sad thing. But it's definitely interesting, and that's what's kind of neat about nature. You're always putting together a puzzle. You're trying to figure out behavior patterns and seasonal changes and what shows up when, and looking back at. What's great though is when you shoot in the same spot. Some people say, well, you shoot in the same spot all the time. Yeah, but you see something different every time. You see different behavior every time. But when you do that, you're basically able to say, oh, I'll go back and see what was there. Like I could go back and say, well, what was there in January, or what was there in February, and look at last year's pictures, and I know ahead of time what's going to show up. You know, you almost have a diary that you could go back and you know what species are there, what time of the year. You could just go back and look at what you took last year or the year before. So that's kind of the advantage of when you get used to a certain geographical location, is you're creating your own database with your photographs, and you can just go back and look at a certain week in a month or a certain month and have a general idea of what's going to be there when, you know, because you're never going to, at least this noggin isn't going to remember it. Like,
you know, I've never thought of that. I mean, I've written stuff down, but you know, if you put it on a spreadsheet or a database and you just look up the name, oh wow, okay.
Well, if you just catalog your photos by let's say location.
Okay.
Like for me, I might say Huntington Beach State Park, and then I have a folder for every month of the year. And then if I look in the folder for January, I'll have folder for every day I went in that month for that year. So I break it down. So I could just say, oh, I want to look at 2022. What did I see in January? I could just go in 2022's folder, go into the month of January, and I'll see all the folders with all the pictures for every day that I went in January of that year. And I could see exactly what was there. And then I could go back 2 years or 3 years, see if there's a pattern, see if something isn't showing up anymore for some reason that used to come there all the time. And then ask somebody, why isn't this species here anymore? So you create your own, that's what I meant by saying you create your own database, not literally a database, but in a sense, you create that by how you file your stills, how you organize your photographs. And the one thing I should do that I never did because I was lazy, and it's too late to go back now because I got too many photos. And I mean, I could start it tomorrow. Is in Lightroom you can put in keywords on every photo, so you could put in, red-shouldered hawk, and put down the name of every bird, and then you could go in and do a search on a bird type, and every single picture you ever took of that bird is all going to show up. But I never did that because it's very, very time consuming, and I never had the time to do it. But it's the power that you have when in Lightroom, but you have to be able to spend the time to do that. And I never felt I had the time to go to that next step. It's just an awful lot of work. We're a few minutes away. I'm going to quit at 2:00. So I'm just going to say, got 2 minutes, but I'm gonna just say, Happy New Year to everybody on the panel. Thank you so much for your support in 2023. Hope you decide to hang around with me in 2024. And Gustavo's head is blowing up again. I don't know what's going on over there. And thank you everybody in the chat. Without you guys coming, hey, what are we going to do on a Saturday night if you guys don't show up? So really
Chores for the
appreciate
wife.
it. And I'll let you guys say your well wishes to the folks in the chat.
Yes.
There's
So
no-
much. Happy New Year, Feliz Año, and have a prosperous and photography productive year in 2024. Thank you, guys. This is a great community. Love to have these good conversations here about this passion of us.
Okay. Next year, Z63 has to have 2 USB ports.
Oh,
Next.
Well, here's the
Agree with
question.
the band.
If it doesn't, you getting a ZF?
I am.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Well,
I just wanted to get that for the record because I'm going to write that down. No,
Might get both.
I might get both.
Not if your wife has your credit card.
She does. She walked off with it before.
Oh boy.
Yeah, 2 USB-C ports, please. One for power, one for data.
I just want to say Happy New Year to everyone on the panel and everyone watching. And I'm hoping for a 2024 with a lot less negativity.
Oh yeah.
That's it.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's one thing I've really enjoyed about being retired is you hear a lot of negativity where I worked, and problem with this, problem with that, and then it kind of brings you down. But it's nice where you wake up and anytime you want to, and go to bed anytime you want to, and get up and go anywhere you want to. It's wonderful.
I was telling Jeff earlier, like the last 10 days for me, I had my dad in town and everything, and I was able to totally check out of work, and I didn't even know what day it was half the time. I missed the stream last Saturday because I didn't even know what day it was. I just was able to check out to that extent, and it was great. So
that's because he was drinking too much.
Yeah, it wasn't that, but it was just just being able. It was just being able to check out, and it was nice. Yeah. And being able to check out like that is a lot like, not having negativity in your life. It's just things go so much smoother.
But once again, best everybody be safe for the new year. Okay, don't drink and drive. Take an Uber. If you're going to pop a few too many, take an Uber. Have a designated driver. You don't want to start off the new year by accidentally having an accident and killing yourself or somebody else that's on the road. So be responsible with your drinking and partying. But anyway, because we want to see you for the photo review next Saturday.
Exactly.
We don't want to hear that somebody isn't around anymore. So take care, everyone. We're going to sign off. And hopefully send in some images between now and Friday at noontime of next week. And take care.
And if you're an insomniac, it looks like my video